Hello everybody who's watching, give me a second. We're starting up here in just a second. This is going to be really cool. First time ever live streaming on TikTok. So that will be quite interesting to see. Let's see, ask me anything. AMA. All right, here we go. First time ever here. Video, there we go. All right, here we go. All right. We should be live here. Cool. Oh man, TikTok live, first time ever. I should actually write that in the title. Shoot. Let me add that. First time. Escape Matrix. First ever. First live. Yeah, first live. Let's do first live AMA. Here we go. Escape the Matrix. There we go. See who pops up here. All right, and then I'm going to show you guys on YouTube what it looks like here. Do a little window capture because we're live on all platforms. Trying my best here to keep up. Let's see how it looks on TikTok. Oh, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Okay. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Let's do a window capture. Boom. This is what it looks like. And I'm going to put the volume up on this one. Know I'm on here because I think I can invite them on here too, which is pretty cool. All right, anybody on YouTube listening? Sorry, I was muted. Now we're all good. First time doing this, guys. First time going live. Got the whiteboard behind me, which is pretty cool. Yep. Crypt Rick, I'm on it, man. Nice to have you here. Hey, your time zone, I think your time zone's a little bit behind me, right? So I guess it's not too late where you are. It's a bit late where I am. But yeah, we're looking pretty good. Switch to auto mode. Here we go. So follow me on TikTok if you don't already, for those of you who are on YouTube. And those of you on TikTok, what's going on? My name is Corey Endralot. Anybody have any questions? They want to explore the world and learn the things that they don't teach you in school. You want to challenge me, say, hey, Corey, you're wrong. I'm all open to being wrong. I'll tell you what. So That's the point of sort of my work, is to help people think for themselves, which means I could very well be wrong. But I should invite the fact that I could be wrong. Because only by accepting the fact that I could be wrong can I improve, and then I could learn more things, which I could then share with you guys, right? So it's always a matter of becoming better and optimizing our lives. And of course, there's a lot of people online also talking about optimization, right? You gotta do this and do that to optimize your life, optimize your health, and optimize it. And it could seem like a lot sometimes. And through my videos, if you've watched some of my short videos with that whiteboard behind me right here, this bad boy, we try to navigate the world. We try to create awareness about what's going on. And like I said, there's a lot of people doing that, but I think it gets very difficult because a lot of people are pushing for agendas. They have certain interests, financial interests or otherwise. They're stuck, they're attached. And I can say, gladfully, at least I try to be, and I don't have to really try, I'm just myself, right? That I don't have those interests, that I don't have all these attachments to anything, like whether I'm right or whether I have to look a certain way or act a certain way. Like, you guys can make fun of me too. You don't just have to say I'm wrong, I mean, you can say that, I don't care, but you could also make fun of me. And so if I go live, do that. And some of you guys who are joining the chat right now, you're probably like asking for it, like, start trouble with me in the chat. I don't care, whatever. We're just gonna have fun here. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're banned, oh, you can't chat here, you can't share your voice. I am very free flowing. Whatever happens, happens. We live in a world where people may be overly sensitive to certain things. And at the same time, I also like to be compassionate to people and ask questions and find out why people are sensitive, right? But I am an open book. I'm an open mind, right? So you can ask me anything. You can share anything that's on your mind, anything that's you're passionate about, anything that you feel like deserves more attention. This is the opportunity to do that. Because usually when I'm doing videos, you don't get to ask, me, oh, what's your thoughts on this? What's your thoughts on that? And of course, I could respond in the comment section, but I could only respond so much. But here on a live stream, we can actually talk it through. I can actually write things down. We can actually visualize it together. And that's what's pretty cool about this, right? So, and actually, fun fact, I just got a bunch of new whiteboard pens. I kind of needed that because I don't know if you guys noticed, but some of my videos, I was only using this pen because everything else was dying out on me. In fact, one of the videos, the brown pen died out on me in the middle of the video, and I was just like, all right, well, whatever, I'll just roll with it. And so I just went along with it, and look at that one. Boom, that one's way better. This one doesn't die out on me, thank goodness. So this is completely new markers. Heck yeah. That doesn't change the fact that there's a stain here on the board, but you can't see it, luckily, from your angle. Shh, nobody told you that. You don't know that. There's no stain. But anyways, I took the hair down so that way maybe some people can make fun of me. No, but this is just who I am, and it's about just being real. How many people on social media are real with you? I think that's my challenge for you guys here today, right? How many of you guys are truth seekers, wanting to be aware of what's going on in the world? How many of you just stumble across my content and you're like, what is he talking about? Who is this guy? He sounds crazy. Whatever it is. Like I said, I'm open-minded to any criticisms. You say, man, I don't know enough, man. This guy, he's rambling, right? Hey, that's what I have to do as a content creator, as a live streamer. That's what you're good at. You got to be yapping, you know what I mean? So, but again, the goal is to get people not from all the chatter to more chatter necessarily and overloading information, but to perhaps go inward and see some of these truths that may be underlying, or some of these ideas that are not taught to people. And there's a lot of things that we don't learn about. There's a lot of things that we're unaware of, especially if you're in this generation. I'm 25. And especially if you're after my generation, there's all sorts of things going on, and we don't always see all that information, right? very fortunate to know some content creators who used to have millions of subscribers on the internet. And now they are not on the platforms at all. They're on their own websites. They're on their own platforms. And so things got rather crazy in recent years. So they started doing their own thing, and luckily they have such a fan base that they can keep doing their own thing. But I like to learn from people who may be on the outskirts, who maybe are not mainstream. And like I said, you don't have to agree with me, you don't have to agree with them, but the least I ask you to do is just have an open mind, right? Just be willing to ask yourself these questions. So many of you guys are joining on TikTok, right? So many of you guys are coming across this in your feed. And I don't know if it's a sign or what, if you want to say it's a sign from the universe, but how many people will ask you in your scrolling through the algorithm if you are stuck in the matrix, which is the algorithm. Nowadays, the matrix is the algorithm. It pulls you down a certain traction, right? It knows what you watch. It knows what you listen to. It perhaps even listens to you. And, that's the matrix nowadays. It's self-curated. It's not one in which someone has this is the program for you. It's one in which the program, you're making it for yourself and you think that you're in control. But in reality, it's a mixture between you think you're in control and there's implanted ideas. And so there's a level of freedom there that is perceived, but not necessarily real freedom, right? Real control of information in your own fingertips, because there's so at this point technology is so advanced, the things that they can do are absolutely insane. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of IOBNT, right? IOBNT is Internet of Bio-Nano Things. Bio-Nano Things, that is microchips or things that are so small that you can't even see them, really. And this is a form of technology that is being studied upon daily. I mean, don't forget, for decades we have been testing all sorts of crazy genetics and scientific ways to sort of alter nature. And my basic fundamental question is always, why are we doing this in the first place, right? So again, just asking questions. Could you do an ASMR for a video? This is the first comment I get on my TikTok Live ever doing TikTok Live. Can I do an ASMR? That is crazy. But you know what? I'm all for it. If that's my first comment, it's something, you know what I mean? Can you tell me in your words what you think the Matrix is? But I like how I just skipped the question. I didn't even answer the question. So, what is the Matrix? Well, I believe the Matrix can be perceived as essentially a trap, right? I said in this context 5 minutes ago, or less, that it's the algorithm. Because nowadays, social media is the thing that is trapping people or distracting people from what's going on in real life. And it's usually pulling them down certain rabbit holes or towards certain ideas. So you can say nowadays the algorithm is a sort of matrix, but anything that sort of traps people, that is a feedback loop to that trap, I would say is a matrix. What do you mean, my tuck? You guys are already making fun of me. I love it. That's what I'm here for. You got to be ready. If you're on the internet, you got to be ready for trolls. That's the way it goes. But plus, I want that because, I don't want a community that's super serious. Think about it. I talk about these very serious things all the time. The last thing I want is more seriousness. As I even did a video talking about how the world needs to have more fun. Just relax. You know what I mean? So I don't even know what you're talking about. Tuck is slipping. What tuck? The shirt is not really tucked in, I guess you could say. But yeah, that's what I define the Matrix as. We need to remember to step into nature, leave the tech behind now and then. That's right. But you guys on TikTok here, I don't know how you guys feel about nature, right? If you're on this device right now, maybe you're in nature and on TikTok. There you go. You can get best of both worlds. But, how many times, I don't know if you guys see, there's a lot of videos online talking about data centers, AI data centers. And I come across them a lot. It's oh my gosh, it's destroying the environment. It's taking over this town. A lot of people are talking about it. And I didn't click on those videos. I don't know why they popped up in my algorithm. And so I have them pop up when I just open up TikTok, and I don't even use it that much. Like, you know, I'm not even like really scrolling through stuff all too much. But, you know, it pops up and it shows. And I know there's a lot of people concerned about that, but my greater question is, what is the solution to this? A lot of them are going to their state representatives. They're going to, you know, ask the government, like, save us from these big bad corporations. And, you know, they're not really getting anywhere. I think the solution is stewardship. You know, it's truly caring for the earth, and not in an environmental, like, green way, like, oh my gosh, we're gonna save the planet. George Carlin did a whole segment about that. It's like, why would we save the planet? The planet has been here way longer than us. You know, it's like, save the planet. What are we talking about? But nonetheless, a lot of people do care about the earth that they live in, and they do worry about these things. And so the best thing we can do is to show by example, not just fight or yell against these systems. You can't expect them to change for you, especially when they have billions of dollars and they're working together. Best thing to do is grow food, create demonstration centers like I'm doing, Bigfoot Food Forest, and trying to create a difference, you know, in real life, in the ground, in the soil, you know, healing yourself and then healing others in the process. It's not about trying to save the world and save others as much as it's also saving yourself. It should be the relationship where you want to do good for the world because it's also helping you, you know, and you can feel the effects. You don't have faith. You don't have to just pray and hope that the world will get better. You see the world getting better. You know, that's the type of change I think is necessary in our world. So, anyways, let's see what's going on here. I'm looking at the TikTok live studio on my computer. It's still my first time doing this. Let's see. All right. Well, on my TikTok, I'm not logged in on for YouTube. So you guys on YouTube, sorry if you don't see it. Darn it. I guess I could refresh. I have to log in? That's crazy. Sorry for you guys on YouTube. Join me on TikTok. Best place to be. But yeah, how you guys doing? All you people on TikTok, anything else going on? Trying to accompany all the other people on the other platforms, but you know, of course it forces me to log in. It's like, come on, man. I just want to go live on every platform. Can't it be simple? Can't I just press a button? My goodness. Crazy. So I guess I should try to log in here. I'll log in while I'm talking to you guys. And we'll do two things at once, okay? I'm not that bad. I can multitask. I'll try. I got this. We'll see how long we're going here, you know? What do you guys got? Any questions for me? Any questions? Anything crazy other than, are you doing ASMR? I don't know why that's a question. Why is that a question? Is my voice really that good? There's no shot. There's no way. I have juice here. This is fresh juice. Don't buy your juice from the store. It's pasteurized. Destroys all the enzymes. You want to get your juice fresh. Get the juice. I don't know if any of you guys follow XQC, but he always says, get the juice. That's his catchphrase. It's his catchphrase. I know you can hear us on YouTube, but you can't see me. Gotta log in for y'all. I don't even know what to log in with. What's my login? Here, we'll do this. I'm not logged in on my computer, that's the problem. How you guys doing? Is any of you guys escaping the Matrix? You guys escaping the Matrix? Okay, I fixed it. Escaping the Matrix? For you guys on YouTube? The Matrix? Okay, I fixed it. For you guys on YouTube, fixed, problem solved. Let's go. Bum. We're back on TikTok. What's up? What's up, guys? We got YouTube, TikTok. We got all that jazz. We got new pens. We got a whiteboard. We're ready. We're ready to rumble. I don't even know if I'm using this whiteboard. Maybe if I get some good questions in here, I could. You know, I didn't know how it would go going live here. I'll be honest, right? Because I've never gone live here on TikTok before. So first time doing it. I thought I needed 1,000 followers, and then I got it pretty fast because of doing the whiteboard videos. So that was cool. Didn't expect that. But, you know, people want to see visuals. People want to open their mind, which is great. Hey, Evolving Seeds. What's going on? What's going on? Bum, bum, bum. Good to see you here. Well, glad to have you here. Glad to have you. Didn't expect to see you here. Very cool. Very cool. We have some other people joining us here. When can we arrange an interview? What's this about? What was that just popped up on my head? See, guys, I don't know how this stuff works, okay? What was that? What was that supposed to be? Did you see that? Oh, goodness gracious. Who knows? Someone's going to click something on the screen. Something's going to pop up, and I'm going to be like, what? When can we arrange an interview? Well, join for the naturalfreedomsummit.com. Naturalfreedomsummit.com. We're doing an event, over 100 speakers. If you want a whole journey of a bunch of ideas that maybe you aren't taught in school, everything from natural gardening to natural health to natural law, or hidden laws in the universe in regards to sciences, occult sciences, stuff that we don't usually learn about, kept in secret societies, all that jazz. We're open to learning from everybody. People who are whistleblowers, people who have simply a story to share, an experience. We're open to all of that, right? Let's see here. I sent a daily heart. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Cool. How many hearts? Is everybody limited to one heart? I don't even know how this works. What do you think about precondition, relativity, and changing fate? We got a philosopher in the house. What's up, Ariel? Nice to have you here. Well, let's break this down a bit. What do you mean by precondition, relativity, and changing fate? What is it that you want me to talk about in regards to these subjects? I like to not just make this about me. I like to make this a discussion, and I want to learn from you guys too. So expand a little bit on what you mean there. And plus, I'm not like a buzzword type of person. I like to get context. I like to see where someone is at. I'm not about trying to divide more people. So if you want to share more information, I'm totally open to that. Oh, precognition. Okay, well, that's a big difference. But if you want to still expand on that, I'm so sorry I want to come up, but I want you to be able to be free of me for algorithmic purposes. Well, you think that you popping up on the live stream is going to cause the whole thing to crash down? I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe certain people, I'm sure, if I got on the live stream, TikTok would be like, shut it down. Shut it down right now. But yeah, what's up? Who's here escaping the matrix? How many of you guys are coming across this in your algorithm? Is it fate? Like we have our friends here in the chat. Someone said fate is a psyop. See, I think that's a pretty good discussion, though, is how much is really in our control and how much, is not in our control. A lot of us may think, we can manifest things by simply believing in it, praying in it, etc. How much is that a psychological tool for ourselves to continue doing what we're doing and to cope with the world? And how much of it is actually perhaps real in such a sense that we can't scientifically study right now, but it exists and we have yet to discover it, right? I mean, there is a room of potential for which fate is a real thing in regards to manifestation. But see, this is what I mean by context. Like, what do we mean by fate? Do we mean something that's happening because you keep doing the same actions and the same habits over and over again? Or something that happens because you wished for it, But the question still then is, why did you wish for it? And maybe there's unconscious habits and actions that are still taking place, so you think it's coincidence and you think it's fate, but in reality it's not, right? So there's always this type of nuance, and sometimes it's hard to share that in videos, right? I'll rewatch something that I do, and then I'm like, man, there's this other way of looking at it, and I never got the chance to share that, and that's because, well, our world is built on opposites, right? Too many of us yeah, maybe, I don't know. If you can bring me up, I can give you a crash course in TikTok. I don't know if I need a crash course, but I appreciate it. I guess I mean to ask if you believe in changing outcomes you see before they happen. If you do. Okay, wait 1 second. I got to reread this. What's going on here? I guess I mean to ask if you believe in changing outcomes you see before they happen. Okay. So like visualization, if you will. Tell me if I'm getting this right. You know what I mean? Like if you see something before it happens, you can change the outcome type of thing. I mean, I feel like there's a real aspect to that. It's visualizing, and when you visualize it, you're embodying it more, and so you're more likely to understand it, and then you're more likely to act more accurately to create it. But yeah, this is now we're delving into philosophy. We're delving into the itty gritty. We can do that. We can do that. I'm not against that. I'm all for opening minds. But there's a lot of routes you can go with any discussion because of the nuance in our world, which is what makes our world so beautiful. People disagree, people are divided because they usually get attached to one side of the nuance. In reality, you bring yourself back into presence, into silence, you see all these varying ideas, these varying talking points, and you see where they intersect. You see where these people are all wrong, frankly, and where they're all right. Because people don't believe something, that they think is wrong. People follow what they think is true, so there is an element of truth usually in what people are following, right? But there's always this right and wrong and built into sort of all these things. And when I say right and wrong, again, that's a whole separate discussion, but it's all very nuanced based. Fate is so interesting to talk about. I used to think that fate was a thing, but learn more now to nothing happens without action on your part. That's right. Action is very important. Like, I think we can all agree that if you want something in this world, you can't just wish for it. Like, you can pray, you can meditate, you can try to manifest it, and that's great, and it helps create a healthy mindset. It's good coping, and distraction does exist for a reason. It's just that we don't rely on it. We don't say this is the only way. Just as we would say just doing action shouldn't be the only way, because you should also have a healthy spiritual practice to become content, or some sort of practice that helps you say, I believe it could become better. I have faith that it could become better. You can have both. It doesn't have to be either or. You don't have to be like only action or only prayer. You can have both. Oh, Evolving Seeds, you want to interview me? Is that why you asked for an invite to be a guest on here? You can always ask questions in the chat too. What's the summit info? So if you guys want to join as a guest, or you want to listen to a bunch of speakers, I'm hosting a huge online free event, totally free, not selling anything, naturalfreedomsummit.com. And I also put out an announcement on my YouTube channel. I'm very interested in the laws of the universe and how we can work with them to live more in alignment. So when I talk about laws of the universe, I want to make it very clear what I mean more specifically, and to keep this more, let's say, public friendly, because there's many different ways to say it. And when I say public friendly, I mean more acceptable, more understandable by average people. I mean how psychology works. I mean how the world simply works. Everything operates by laws, right? So in that sense, it's like if we say natural law, as it is commonly deemed in history, like this is natural law, it's like, well, what law are we talking about? Nature is law, right? Everything operates by laws. So usually when people say natural law, they're referring to morality. It's not very clear, so some people say it's natural moral law. But I like to just say it's psychology, because morality comes down to ethics, it comes down to empathy, it comes down to consciousness, awareness, trauma, fears, suppression, all these things, which without an understanding of one of these things or in the other, you have sort of a morality that can, again, lack nuance, right? And so, again, it's a topic that there's a reason why people debate about this for thousands of years. There's not supposed to be a specific definition and a clear way of looking at these things. It's nice to, because it puts it under a package, helps us understand things. But the real test of nature, the real test of this life, at least from my perspective, is to go through all these trials. And by understanding or trying to attain the law of nature, that very process of deconstructing what isn't the law of nature helps you find the laws of nature. In other words, as you deconstruct what I am not and what the world is not, and as you learn more ideas, you start to gain a greater grasp upon reality, which you can say is just the laws of the universe, because you understand what to do and what's going to happen from those actions and how different actions interact with each other, right? So usually when we're talking about thermodynamics or inertia or physical laws, they're usually interactions between people or things in relation to each other. And so when we're talking about this relationship we have with the universe, and we're saying the universal laws, this can sound sometimes a little woo, a little like new agey, a little religious. We can kind of put it in a scientific lens when we say, okay, everything operates by law and we're all understanding it, and everything we do, it's like this is a never-ending process. It's a never-ending journey, but the journey itself is the destination, because by striving, by simply going toward that path, we eventually attain it, in a sense. Because we didn't give up. We didn't give up. We set an intention. We set a vision. So I'm very much personally, I'm a very visual learner. I definitely have an intention, and I follow that intention, and I'm very clear about that intention. I think it's very important to live your life by principles. And that, again, that principle is a general intention. It's a general direction, right? And in that direction, you want to try to remain on that direction, but you have to see that there's all these paths and nuances and challenges. Like, you think you can follow a path, right? I'm not going to be an alcoholic. I'm not going to be swayed by temptation. I'm not going to do this or that. And many times you're going to be falling off track unexpectedly, because every time you try to plan something, nature doesn't really like plans. Nature is chaotic. And honestly, when you understand that chaos, that's when it becomes order. And so that's the very ironic thing. Again, this is nuance. Understanding chaos creates order. It's like, what's going on here? So when people fear the chaos without government, because I often propose a world without government, which to many people seems crazy, when I simply say that's the reality of our natural condition of humanity, that's freedom, I'm saying people should not fear their freedom. They should not fear their reality. And they should learn to work with their reality. No matter how chaotic it is, you can perceive it as chaotic, but to someone else it's not chaotic, because they've learned to work with it. They've understood how it works. They understand why people believe what they believe. I'm at the point where I understand where people and why people believe what they believe, right? I can understand the Democrat, I can understand the Republican, I can just understand the Libertarian. And because I understand all of these guys, I'm none of them. I'm myself, right? But I was also myself to begin with. I was born into this world not with any ideology or religion, etc. So I'm just returning to who I've always been, but because I was raised into a culture that has certain preconditioned ideas, I didn't know that I had to go back to myself. I didn't know that I even had a self, right? And of course, again, you can go now, and this is a whole separate conversation, to the idea of the self being an illusion. I mean, to what extent do you want to go to the illusion, right? But there's a lot of things that we accept because it's culture, it's religion, it's politics. And if there's anything you get out of my content, it's generally that idea, right? And so some of you guys are all on different paths. And again, you don't have to agree with me. We're all working toward the same goal, I believe, which is happiness, healthiness, wanting a better world. That's at least from, what I understand. At least what I'm trying to do, my intention. I can only speak for myself, right? And you can only speak for yourself. Let's see here. What else we got? You can get the clips for your lives fairly easy here. Yeah. I know there's like buttons and stuff for clips and all that jazz. But, thank you for the explanation. Definitely makes sense. Yeah, no problem. Just sharing my perspective on this. And, that's something I like to say is I'm just bringing awareness. I'm just sharing perspective. That's it. It's not like I'm some fancy guru who has like special knowledge. It's nothing like that, and it never will be like that. I am just someone who is sharing different ways to look at the world. Yes, the muse starts with intention and thought, but its product is the result of action. Yeah, interesting. So, Muse, isn't that an artist? Muse is a music artist, which, that song Uprising, it's a pretty good song. But I don't know the word muse by itself. What does muse mean? Let's find out. What does muse mean? I need to know. Listen, I don't know every word, okay? I try my best. Muse meaning. Artistic inspiration. Starts with intention and thought. To think deeply. Yeah, sure. Okay, sure, why not? How is it on TikTok, by the way? Is the live stream doing okay? I feel like I'm just too zoomed in sometimes. Like, I need back up or something. Like, what the heck? It's great. It doesn't cut out at all. Okay, cool. Because my window sometimes is disappearing on me because I got 50 windows open. But it's how I roll. I got 100 tabs open. Just saying. But all right, well, cool. TikTok needs you, bro. Well, listen. People need themselves. They don't need me. But people need to leave TikTok, maybe. TikTok won't promote me if I say that. Bro, don't say that. Didn't say a thing, guys. I didn't say that. Your vibe is much needed. Well, in the political, religious space or whatever, I'm kind of lighthearted. In my videos, sometimes I think I'm too serious. I'm like, darn it, I don't want to be that serious. I want to have fun. You know what I mean? It's like, okay. And I know it sounds strange. It's like, why would you have fun? It's like you're talking about the government being slavery and all this stuff. It's like, well, because at the end of the day, fun is how you get out of it. Like, what did the slaves do on the plantation before they got their freedom? They sang, they danced, you know what I mean? And it's like, well, why would they do that in their condition of slavery? Well, it's because they can inspire themselves to leave that condition. It's kind of like, when you laugh at the craziness in the world. It's like you can laugh at it instead of being all mad at it and being like, oh, darn it, the world is so crazy and bad. It's like you can laugh at it, and then it's not a bad thing, right? It's not going to hurt your cortisol and make you super stressed. Just saying. Another way of looking at it. Just another way of looking at it, right? Again, I'm here for perspective. That's all I am. I am just the door to the perspective. Speaking of which, oh, okay. That's why I had it angled because of the light. Speaking of which, I'm actually writing another book, surprise, that details a sort of opening the mind a bit more to some very complex ideas that people fight about all the time, which, is the internet nowadays, let's be honest. Etymology, it is the origin word for words like music and museum. Oh, okay. So that's muse, is music and museum. That makes sense. Didn't know that. Thank you. Very cool, very cool. See, etymology. How many of you guys know about etymology? All right? The origins of words. That's what etymology is. See, we're all learning here together. I'm learning here too. I don't know the definition of every word. I don't know this stuff. I don't claim to know. I don't pretend to know. But, yep. And I think I'm going to post tomorrow a video for Russell Brand, I think. I originally, it's a video that's unlisted. It's not public. But I think I'm going to be posting it because I don't know if he saw it yet. And maybe it would encourage him to see it if it's public. Maybe some followers or people more likely to make some noise around it. The reason why I made a video for Russell Brand is because Jim Gale, who I work with all the time, went on his show. You know, this is someone who has 7 million plus subscribers on YouTube, guys. So kind of a big deal. You know, this is someone who I'm basically like 2 steps away from talking to. And I would love to have an open conversation with, you know, Russell Brand about some of these ideas. And I'm just, for goodness sake, hoping that he's not using Jim Gale as just another piece of his content creation machine. Because unfortunately, I think a lot of people aren't taking Jim Gale seriously. At least they claim to. Look at that little thing in my head. They claim to, but because of what he's doing is so inspirational and so powerful, but they don't actually work with him or strategize or keep in touch with him and actually try to create action with him. And like, they'll be on the podcast with him and they'll be like, yeah, man, your ideas are so good. This is what we need. And then after the podcast, nothing. You don't hear anything about it. It's like, So are we using each other as content, or are we actually going to do something with the newly acquired knowledge that we can actually make the world a better place? See, how many content creators are in it for money or for clicks and not necessarily for changing the world, making the world actually a better place? I mean, I'm just saying, just putting it out there. You know, I mean, it happens, right? It happens. Let's see here. I think I could do a goal here, live goal. Let's hit click live goal. I had this set up before. Oh, I do have a live goal. 10 roses within 3 hours. Why roses? Could I change that? Roses. Edit. Whatever. It's going to be roses. Cool, I'll take roses. Why not? TikTok roses. Fan club. Promote. Yeah. Play together. Who knows? Let's see, what else? Did I miss any comments on YouTube here? Face so interesting to talk about. Yep. All right, cool. I think I'm caught up. Yo, what's up in the hood? What's up? If you're stopping by in the algorithm, take this as a sign to escape the matrix. Escape the matrix, my friends. Escape. Now's the time. Now's the time to escape the matrix. It's now or never. The truth waits for nobody and offends everybody, apparently. I do have another theory, which I think is unpopular, which is that truth is actually understood by most people. And, some of you guys are going to be like, well, what are you talking about? They're all brainwashed. It's like, well, I don't think people are brainwashed. I don't. Yeah, there is large-scale operations to do that. But I think people are starting to actually see things. And there's a great majority of people who actually do see things, and they simply don't know what to do with that information. They don't know how to make the world a better place. Like, they know there's problems, but they don't know the solutions. I think that's the majority of people. Believe it or not, I think so. What is this? Solutions Focused sent heart me. Solutions Focused, yo, what's up? What about that? Let's see, can I click on that? Pin comment. Cool. I'm going to pin your comment. I don't know if that helps you. It's me, Evolving Seeds backup account. Ah, I see. Okay. I got you. So, is it you sending all those hearts? Thinking like 1,000 hearts or something like that? Is it just you spamming the button? Like, how does this work, bro? It's crazy. I don't know if I'll, maybe this is like the worst time probably to go live, knowing me. I go live at 2 a.m. in the morning. That's a great time. But you know what? For those truth seekers, those people who want to know the truth, this is the time. This is the time for the rabbit hole, when everybody's like, what's really going on? They're like the deep researcher in their basement. They're like, I'm sure there's someone out there. It's got to be. 10 Hey Hearts gets you the For You page, which is worldwide. Interesting. So you're saying 10K, and how do you get that? Spamming or what? You can't, like, let's see. I could send... Does that work? If I hit hearts on here? How many times could you like a creator? How many times could you hit a heart? Like, unlimited times? You know what I mean? What the heck? So you could just keep spamming it? Stop tapping? Okay, I'll stop clicking it. It's like, I don't know. Listen, okay, I'm a noob. I get it. Am I supposed to have background music too? Like, am I not doing this right? I follow streamers all the time, I swear. Hosts shouldn't tap for themselves because it's like a host clapping for themselves. Well, technically I'm not. I'm logged in on my desktop and I'm logged in on my phone, and they're different accounts, but, I guess whatever. Don't, self-expose. Okay, then do that. Well, I don't know. I mean, so what? You and I just click to 1,000 hearts? Like, how does that work? What's up? What's up, people? Joining in on the chat? No, just never tap on their same account. Oh, what if I do? What if I do it? Now you're tempting me. What's up, New Jersey Devil? What's going on? Welcome to the chat. Welcome. Oh, yeah. Probably. Yeah. No, they could probably detect IP as well. It's probably not like even a same account thing. If you try to like bot your account, obviously that's going to be a problem. I mean, they probably detect what I'm saying right now too. I mean, well, obviously everything is algorithmic. Everything has got AI everywhere, checking everything all the time. So it is what it is. What are these pop-ups? Like, who is that person? It's like, gifters. Cool. Well, glad to have you. Where are you based out of? Evolving Siege, where are you based out of? Here, let's put something on the board. What pen do I use here? Ah, shoot, I got 2 blues. What's the chances of both of them working? Am I like picking each one here, like meeny, miny, mo? Okay, that sounded new. Did you hear that? It was like that sound. Here's some ASMR. Pen opening ASMR. Maybe if I change my title to that, more people will watch. Let's be honest. Things people watch on the internet? Oh my gosh. Give me some titles that people will watch. Evolving Siege. You say you're the TikTok expert? Tell me what to put as my title. And put like, stay if you're truly aware. I feature your work in many places, in many ways. Cool. Well, heck yeah. Feature yourself. You rock. Cool. Let's see. What do I put on the board here? Like what will... Oh, okay. So here we go. I got like 2 titles. One on the board, one on the screen. Aha, right? A little cheat sheet. Okay. So I could say on the screen, we'll put it like right here. Right? Put it like, no, I want to put it right here. Yeah, I want to put it right here. We'll say, no, I want to do it this way. Do it right here. I'm trying to make this perfect, okay? It's like an architect. I got to figure this out. What does freedom really mean? Nah, see, no, come on. Freedom. Come on. No, that's too generic. Can't do that. No, I'm going to say, stop. We got to be bold. Stop. Oh, it's out of the frame. Darn it. I'd have to bring it closer to the frame. I knew it. I messed up already. Here, we'll do... start here, and then we'll go this way. I'm going to say... That's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to say, if you're watching this is the sign to, like, escape the matrix, escape the algorithm. If you are here... it's a sign. It's a sign. Like, something like that. I need something short, something small I could put on here. I'm trying to think words-wise. Usually when I'm writing on the whiteboard, it's like pictures, you know what I mean? It's visuals. It's not so much words. But we can do like, let's see. If you see this, escape the matrix. If you see this, it's a sign. God told you so. Just kidding. If you see this might be too far, the camera. Yeah. That needs to be smaller. I gotta put it like in the corner here. I need to make it small. Okay. Maybe up here, actually. Right up here might be good. But then there's all the TikTok buttons on the screen, so it blocks everything. So darn it, you can't win no matter what you do. Ah, jeez. Are you left-handed? No, I'm right-handed. There we go. Is that the question we got today? So far, I got questions like, what is fate? What is the matrix? Are you left-handed, and are you going to do ASMR? These are the questions I got. I know the camera is a stinking mirror, so I'm looking at the screen, and I'm like, oh, wait, I'm looking here. I got to look here. They're two opposites. Like, goodness gracious. What's going on? Recommends art? You got art in your name. How about you do this? Come on, I'll hire you. Come on over. You live in Florida? Come on over. Price is right. Come on over. You draw on the board. I'll do the talking. You do the drawing. How about that? We'll work as a team. How about that? Probably better that way. Have AI do it. Use a Tesla bot. You'll be like drawing here in the background. See, that would do pretty good. Having a Tesla bot draw for me, listening to me while I talk. Hey, that might get some views. Just saying. I got some ideas up my sleeves. You can change that. There's a bottom. What, I could change the mirroring? Probably could change the mirroring. Who knows? Doesn't matter. I don't care that much. But thanks for sharing that. I appreciate it. I don't know where that button would be, but it's probably somewhere among the 20 different buttons that are down there. But, it's how it goes. It's how it goes. I'm just going to put the generic, my usual, escape the matrix, because I think it resonates with a lot of people, and there's a reason why it works. Escape. Is it mirrored for you, though? Or is it just mirrored for me? Is it actually mirrored for you? If it is mirrored for you, then I do got to change it. If it's actually mirrored for you, then shoot, we got a problem. Oh, it is mirrored for you. I see it. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, darn it. That's crazy. Okay, so then we're going to fix that right now. Let's see. Effects. No, it's not going to be effects. It's not going to be enhance. Ah, jeez. Sound dynamic effects. Maybe? Dynamic effects. What the heck is that? Not that. That's for sure. Not that. AI optimize. Not that. Record, highlight. Not that. Let's see here. Advanced settings. Not that. I don't know how to mirror the camera. Oh, I have an idea. Ooh, wait, I got an idea. I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out. Send backwards, reset, flip. Boom. Fixed. Look at that. I'm good. I'm good. What can I say? I'm good at what I do. Heck yeah. Now we're talking. It was flipped the whole time? Man. That's crazy. I didn't even notice, which is surprising because usually like I would see it in my face. Like my face is, you know how like faces are not such perfectly symmetrical? So my face is not symmetrical, but I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, okay, whatever. Because usually you look weirder on one end. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Like when you film and your face is not symmetrical, it looks totally different. Just saying. Anyways, escape. Oh, what am I doing here? Escape the. Isn't it funny? I can do this on camera, unedited for a video, but I can't do it on a live stream. That's crazy. Makes you think everything's scripted. Maybe I'm part of the Matrix. Here we go. Escape the Matrix. There we go. So now if they see it in the title, you know, if they see it in the title, but now they also see it in the whiteboard, it adds to the whole gist, right? I'm gonna say, oh, stop scrolling. Stop scrolling would be good. Stop scrolling. Okay, we do that one in red. There we go. Get people's real attention here. Bro, I don't got red. Are you kidding me? I got brown. Here, these are my colors here. I think orange is the most. That's my microphone. My lavalier mics. Orange is the most psychologically captivating. But I think maybe a dark brown might be good. We'll do that. We'll do a dark brown. There we go. Some people are probably falling right now thinking I'm going to like write an art piece. I'm sorry, I'm not Picasso. Not Picasso, you know, if I'm even saying his name right. I can't even say his name. What's going on? Let's see. We're going to say here, we're going to say light. That's okay. Stop scrolling. There we go. Stop scrolling. Stay. You think that works? Let's see. I got one email. I have a question. What date does your event start? Yeah, so you only get one email, and that sends you to the gifts for the Natural Freedom Summit. For those of you guys who don't know, I'm starting a free online event, totally free, called the Natural Freedom Summit. It's going to have over 100 speakers. Super awesome. I put out an announcement video on YouTube, and yeah, it's very exciting. Cynthia Mitchell is actually conducting interviews right now with speakers. If you want to be a speaker, then you can go to the page and share your insights, share your experiences, share your wisdom. Big content creators, small content creators, everybody's invited. If you got something to share along the lines of how we make the world a better place. And it's very exciting. But in regards to the date, it's coming up. But not soon. It's coming up like next year. It's going to go into next year in regards to preparation and gathering speakers. So we only did a casual announcement right now. And then as it evolves, we'll have a trailer, we'll have a date, we'll have a bunch more coming. People are already creating music for it, which is pretty darn cool. Thank you to Soul Expression, if you know who you are, for creating music. Very cool. I have to thank a lot of people. I should just go, let's create a whole list of people to thank, right? No, I'm not going to do that. But, guys, could we get this to 10,000 likes on TikTok? Could you spam that heart button? Just kidding. Apparently, Evolving Seeds told me that if it gets to 10,000, it reaches the world. And I'll be honest, guys, I think if this is limited to just America or like select countries, the world's probably more into what I have to talk about than America. That's for sure. I don't, the world is quite active. America may have within it this idea of freedom, but I don't like this idea that America is like the best country on earth. Like, yeah, there's a lot of great things about America, and I'm very grateful in many ways for some of the foundational ideas that people have about it. But there are people who are very proactive in other countries who care a lot about the same ideas, and they have similar constitutions and declarations that say, hey, you're free, you're awesome. Well, it doesn't say you're awesome, probably should say that. But, it's a piece of paper. It doesn't really mean much. But, at the same time, these are all just people, and I care about them, so we should try to get this worldwide. I think that should probably be my next goal on TikTok. So now that we hit 1,000 followers because of this cool whiteboard back here, now we can aim toward 10,000 likes on a live stream to try to reach the world. Try to see what we can do. And see if the numbers boost. Like, will the numbers go crazy because of that? I don't know. What's this like number 22 next to your name, Evolving Seeds? What the heck is that about? All these numbers. 2 diamonds. What's a diamond? 2 gifters? Who is that? You? Were you the gifter? Is that actually do something? I'm sorry if I'm so stinking clueless. What if I have music for me? Like just casual background music, right? What if it's like just in the background? YouTube may not like that, but TikTok might like it. Let's see. What music do I even play? It's like, I don't even know. Plus, it'll just, I don't know. Hey, just for the record, those of you who want to escape the Matrix and you're stopping the scroll and you see this because the universe gave you a sign that you have to pay attention to what's going on in the world and the world has got to become a better place, well, music could be a part of that journey. Anything that helps experience more or something different than what you're used to experiencing will help you open your mind, help you innovate, see things that you never thought you'd see before. That's the beauty of music. I think I don't give enough credit to music, but music definitely, made me who I am, that's for sure. Here, I'm going to put the hair down. In fact, hold on, I'm just thinking, brush it. Ugh. There we go. Will more people watch with my hair down or the hair up? Let's see. None of you guys probably care about that, and you probably shouldn't care about that. Probably should just care about the information. But unfortunately, we live in a world where people care about looks, right? Now, of course, your looks do reflect, let's say, your internal health and the way you perceive yourself to some extent. But at the same time, people judge a lot based on looks. And just like anything else, there's nuance, right? It's good to judge on looks just as good as it is to judge on personality. I would say they're both important. I wouldn't say it's only important to look at personality or only important to look at looks. But nowadays, you have the looks maxing community. And looks is what it's all about. And then, of course, you have the other side of that, which is you got to have a good personality. You got to care about someone. It's like, yeah, but let's not forget about looks because it does reflect an individual and their character. And I think there is something to be said about beauty. There's a reason why we're attracted to certain people, to certain things, generally speaking. So, just putting that out there. Just getting ideas out there. Let's see here. Let's get some, some sort of music. Let's see here. That's why I thought that you were left-handed. It's backwards for me. That's why you thought that. Okay, well, I fixed the camera, so we're good. New live streamer here, doing my best. That's why, let's see. Thanks for not spamming. Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, yeah, I mean, you're only going to get one email for now if you join the summit. Like, that's it, one email. You're not going to get any more emails from that. Until, of course, the event actually begins, which is going to be like next year or so. If you want to get consistent emails, like weekly or more, there's a newsletter that I have on all my websites, and I send out a newsletter about weekly or so, usually giving latest updates, videos, etc. And as you guys know, I do everything because I care about this world. I have a nonprofit to change the world. At least that's why I created it. So I can hopefully, and the intent is to make a living while doing good in the world. And so I'm doing my best to create that. And we're trying to implement models that will benefit the world and also help us make a living doing that, right? But a base living, not more than that, right? So nonprofits could be good for that, but you have to get to a certain bar. Because nonprofits are not about personal enrichment. At least they're not supposed to be. There's a lot of churches who are considered nonprofits who are rather wealthy. The churches, the pastors, they have like a doctor's salary, or they live in some mansion. I don't want to do that. I just want to have enough to live and not necessarily be on survival mode like a lot of people are, unfortunately. In today's current economic environment, it seems rather difficult. So I'm taking a huge risk with what I'm building, but I believe that that risk is in many ways necessary because if you don't take that risk, you're going to be doing what everyone else is doing, which is basically trying to survive. And that risk is creating a product or creating a business or creating something of value, which is very risky because you don't know if it'll succeed. But unless you try, you'd never know, right? So you have to just try your best. And that goes for everything in life. But if you see the potential in something, like, I'm creating a community center from the ground up, and we're growing food for the community, and we're providing solutions that the world needs now more than ever. That's huge, right? That's where the market is heading. So hopefully it leads toward some level of financial success. And I say hope, but it still does rely on what I choose to do with it, the opportunity that arises if I grasp it and actually use it. Right? So let's see here. So I have like basic music I can just have. I wonder if you guys hear that. But like, I could just have like background music like that. Are you live or streaming video? This is live, my friend. You can actually see your comment on the screen if you're on YouTube. And then, of course, if you're on TikTok, it's always on the screen. So, yeah, we're live on Kick. We're live on Twitch, on YouTube, and TikTok. So we got 4 platforms in the house. And besides, I'm not a huge content creator. Like, literally nobody knew I was going live right now. So if you're here, it's like, hey, you made it, right? Heck yeah. And glad to have you, by the way. Wunju. Your name sounds like you're like an ancient Chinese master. Like, I am here to bless you with my wisdom. Thank you. Hey, you could be. I suspect that there are plenty of people who are far more intelligent than me who are out there following my channel or other people's channels, and they don't have any social media presence at all. And that's precisely also part of the reason why they have the knowledge that they have. I mean, for goodness sake, if I'm a small content creator, I kind of, in a way, was one of them. It's like the more you're outside of the mainstream, the more you can sometimes see things. And so, Rick, what's up? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Super cool. Hey, I could thank you live, which is awesome. Can't do that if you watch a video, Can't thank them live. So that's cool. It's cool I get to see that on my feed. Never knew that till now. Let's go. Thank you for helping me test the live stream. And also thank you for helping me with the camera setup. I can't believe I didn't see that. But also I never wrote on the whiteboard, so I didn't know until I did it. Heck yeah. Cool. And also, I want to, eventually, as I do more of these live streams, I want to know what really draws people to want to create a better world, or what they are concerned about the most. What is it about my videos that makes people follow, for instance? And when I say follow, I mean I'm not looking for followers. I'm looking for people who are critically thinking just as much as I am. So what is it about your experience that you see in the world that you seem as rather strange? Like, do you ever ask any questions like, why is this the way it is? Is there any aha moments, any awakening moments, anything that you're currently working on, whether it's in yourself or in your perception of the world, that you want to share? This is a place where you can do that. This is a place where, I think if I do live streams, that's what's cool about it, is you can sort of have that sort of communication as such. Like, we can support each other on our journeys through this crazy world, right? Something. It's better than having nobody. Let's say you're on the internet and you got nobody, to really talk to in person. At least you got this. I think, and that's a beautiful thing too, because sometimes the internet, it allows you to talk with someone without the judgment that you get in real life. And sometimes people put on a mask in real life that they don't put on online. And by the way, this is why people will say all sorts of things online that they don't mean in person, right? And like cyberbullying and stuff like that. Whoops. So that exists, And so there's a good side, there's a bad side to that. Of course, you don't want to pretend to be someone you're not. But at the same time, having this persona, like in a video game, for instance, where you're playing a certain character, can mean that people are more likely to talk to you or open up to you because they don't have the fear within themselves of how they're going to be judged. And they don't have preconceptions of what their judgment is of you. And so that's always a good thing in a way to have with the internet. Again, I'm just here for perspective. I'm here for nuance. I would love, and this is going to happen, I guarantee you, and if we spend enough time on this live stream, you're going to see it. Somebody will come in here, and they will say, I follow Jesus, or, this or that. And I'm not going to say that's bad, or they shouldn't do that. But they're going to be pushing for a certain agenda, and they want to let the whole world know, right? You're going to have people who come into the live stream and they're ready to just spew what they believe to be true, ready to believe to share that. And again, I don't think it's a bad thing. I want that to some extent. I want people to express themselves, but it's something to become aware of, conscious of. What I want to do is develop the consciousness in that person to recognize what that does when they share that online with people, right? Because in their mind, they will think, oh, well, this makes a difference, right? If I post this Bible quote on everything, it's gonna convert everybody, you know what I mean? And so it's literally, I'll get comments of people spamming certain things, and it's like, do you think by spamming it, more people are going to listen to it, or less? You know what I mean? Like, you might actually pull people away. Definitely, I'm the black sheep of my family. I'm part of the voluntarist community, yeah. I think it's very interesting because, of course, online allows for different echo chambers. Many cult experts will say that nowadays it's really easy to fall into a cult because there's basically a community for everybody. Like, you can literally just fall into the furry camp if you want to be, or the anime camp, or whatever crazy, obsessions people have nowadays on the internet. There's basically a place for everybody. And it's not to say that those are cults by any means, because they're, voluntary places where people can join. But basically, it's like a cult leader's wet dream to have the ability to reach masses in the matter of seconds or minutes. And they could even use AI to do that. And they can convert a bunch of people, to whatever they want. If they use enough psychological techniques and they understand cult psychology enough. And to say that the rulers of our world don't know cult psychology would be crazy, because most definitely there's somebody up there who is a psychopath, who does have those strategies in mind. Whether they learned it consciously or they have it unconsciously because of their traumas and they're trying to achieve something, it's nonetheless there. And we cannot deny that. And just seeing like some of the things that come out of these systems proves that it is very possible that there's like this huge cover-up that can occur, and that there are things that we are not taught that are gigantic. I mean, I think you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, there's different things that happen. I don't need to reference them. I don't even know if I should or even could. But, sometimes they get so obvious and so extreme. You're like, how come nobody saw this? And, you start questioning yourself. Because, like, how did we allow this to happen? How did we put up with this, right? I have a friend from Cuba. And, in Cuba, it's very corrupt, if you will say. And, there's this idea of guns being bad in that country, right? And it's a whole topic of its own. And so there's this fear. When they came over to America, it's like, wait, everybody's got one, right? All these ads in this video, goodness. And so they're like, oh, everyone's got this device. So why don't you guys like just protest the government? Why don't you stop the criminals? It's like, well, Americans might have the ability to, but they don't necessarily have the will. They don't necessarily have the courage. And also, doing that is not necessarily going to solve the problem. And so, I had to like basically explain to her, like, you're right. We shouldn't let that evil continue, and that evil shouldn't exist. And people would take action if they felt like they could. But the evil has just gotten to such an extent in our world where people feel like it's literally hopeless, even if they have somewhat of a means to change it. And of course, then there's the idea of, well, I'm going to be the vigilante and I'm just going to do it myself. And that's dangerous too in many ways, right? It's like, you don't want to be this person who is going to be like, I'm going to go get them. And it's a very dangerous mindset to have in many ways. For many reasons, but it's, I really appreciate, like, let's say Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. And their approaches sort of to this, which is the civil disobedience part of it, walking on the streets, sort of like not in a protest, but actively disobeying something. I think that's far more effective than protests, which I think are not effective, and committing actions which are not effective. It's like, these two extremes a lot of people go to when there's this other path, which is far more peaceful and far more effective and direct. And it doesn't involve attacking anybody or dividing anybody. Like, can we attain the truth without dividing more people? Is it possible? And I think it's the more you start to expand your view of reality, because we often get very limited. We fall into boxes, narratives, ideas, attachments. I usually just share information here, yeah? What type of information do you like to share? I'm open to what you got to share. Always open to new ideas. Cult expert Stephen Hassan talks about that. I've considered that. Voluntarism could be a cult. I wouldn't follow a channel just because they're voluntarist. Right. Well, you could say it's a cult-like element, is that you follow something just because it is something, right? But that doesn't make it a cult. It just has like a cultish aspect to it. So I like to do what a lot of the other cult experts do, which is say it's a spectrum, right? And something is more likely a cult if it involves more, bad actions, to put it lightly, for the algorithm. And then it's less likely if it's more consensual and it's more informed. The more you have a lack of informed consent, the more dangerous it usually is. Because usually they keep knowledge hidden to control you, or they don't want your consent to control you. So when you have information plus consent, you have a very strong boundary for yourself where you say, I'm going to say no to this, and I'm going to say yes to this. I'm in control, right? But you're not in control if you're kept out of the know and you think that you're giving consent when you haven't, or you're tricked into something which you didn't explicitly say, I want this. And so government is like the number one cult in our world, where people believe they need it, where people believe it is necessary and has all these promises. It's the number one by far. And Stephen Hassan, to his credit, is someone who criticizes all the systems, which is great. I think sometimes he puts a little too much emphasis on, say, certain figures. And then the problem is, if you put an emphasis on certain figures, other figures start to get the green pass in many people's mindset. Because if you attack one group, all of a sudden you're a part of another group, right? People make these assumptions in their head. It's like, oh, it must be this way if it's not that way. That's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily the case. I share points of view. Well, that's exactly what I'm doing here. I'm just sharing points of view. I'm not sharing information. I'm sharing perspective. Perspective that then leads you to information on your own if you're willing to have that perspective. That's why I think perspective is far more powerful than information. Art, design, and a resource-based economy mostly. Yeah. Art, design, beauty, beauty and trade stewardship, right? It's another way of perspective. It's like, it's not just art, it's beauty. It's not just resource and trade. These, I think, sound sort of political in their nature. They don't have to be. It's stewardship. It is responsibility. It is taking care of yourself and the environment and other people, which is all interconnected. If you see it's interconnected, then you don't have to even really differentiate. And that goes to the idea of duality, non-duality, etc. Yeah, nice to have you here, Prospect Prime. Cool name there. Everything is perspective. Yeah, it's very interesting. But yeah, I mean, of course, online, because people want to be attached, and, there's a lot of reasons why. If people are especially mad at the world and being deceived in varying ways, they are going to try to find something that is comfortable. So they might latch onto a quote-unquote truth because it's comfortable. It's a new camp to fall into. All these people believe it, but it doesn't mean it's true. For instance, this one, think of it what you will, but there's a lot of people in the health field who are in the alternative health field who believe, and they might say they know, again, I'm not taking a position on this, that a virus is not a real thing, that viruses don't exist, etc. So they say these things, right? And this is a word, by the way, that hopefully the algorithm doesn't cause problems with, and that exacerbates the problem, because it's like, oh, they're after me, so it must be true. It's like, no, right? Not necessarily the case. Platforms different from scientists, and yes, there are scientists who can have controlled interests, but you're talking about millions of scientists around the world. And sometimes these ideas, it's like, well, are they all in on it? Or are they all receiving a certain education? What's leading to such a grand lie? Like, when it comes to the government and the stuff I talk about, I genuinely believe that people just don't know the information I have to share about it. It's not that I have some secret information that they keep hidden on purpose and all this stuff. It's like, it's more so it's right there, and it just takes perspective to see it. And it just takes another look at oneself, right? It's more psychological in nature. But some of these things there's a lot of people making claims, because once you start questioning your reality, everything starts opening up as a question. And it doesn't mean that all those questions are now true. So, I don't know what examples I could give because of these algorithms, I'll be honest, but Maybe flat Earth is a good one because people laugh at it, but unfortunately, I mean that one even too is gets flagged. I mean, people laugh at it, and there might be a lot of mainstream stuff attacking it, but why then? Despite that, why do they have to suppress that information? And I don't like the fact they do that. But at the same time, it's like, there's a lot of people who prescribe to those ideas because it's of an anti-government nature. And I don't want people to just follow something because it's anti-government. I don't want people to just follow me because I'm anti-government. I want them to understand themselves and understand that they're free by nature, and that's why they're anti-government. And they're not really anti-anything, because if they are free by nature, government is just an illusion. The things that are bad, that aren't supposed to be there, are just illusions. They're not really real. And that is shown through the path of time. What is truly real, what is really natural to exist, etc. So eventually all this gets worked out on its own. We don't need to fear, we don't need to really even debate. Eventually it all comes to the surface. People eventually start to understand what is happening, So whether I say it or not, I mean, karma, or, whether you want to call it natural law or not, eventually comes back in one form or another to show people, yeah, you're not right. Because if all our science is based on something flawed, then we're not going to get great outcomes, just as an example, right? So we might think, oh, well, it's harmless, to share a different perspective. But if it's actually being enacted and people are ignoring some very fundamental things, we won't find out till later in time. Usually we don't learn this right away. And if somebody does learn it right away, they're going to be attacked as crazy, like for predicting something that everyone thinks is not the case. And that also happens. But what I'm basically saying here is have skepticism of everything. Don't be part of the alternative. Don't be part of the mainstream. They're both equally as wrong as they are right. And I know some of you guys probably want to say, well, what makes you think the system is right? I mean, you argue against the system. Well, it's because there's a lot of people in that system. And there are ways that we got to where we are right now. And I don't think they're all bad. I don't think they're all bad. We've made quite a bit of progress as a civilization, and it's not all bad. It's not all good. It's just us learning. It's us on our path. But again, if you're a nihilist, it's like everything's bad. And if you're a new age, maybe faith-based, hey, just pray, meditate, everything is good. I mean, it doesn't have to be either one. I like the comment that's advertising themselves. Do I ban that person? Is that what I have to do? Block account? Does that even work? If I block the account, will it remove it for you guys? Mute account? I could just mute them. And that way I'd still have the viewer. I don't know. It's impossible for us to check everything. It all comes down to a certain percentage of trust. Well, yeah, basically, trust is the key to a lot of this. Do you trust the universe? Do you trust yourself? Any one of these words, love, hope, these are all good and bad in different ways. Like, I know people say love is the answer. It's like, well, depending on your perspective, love can also really screw up your life if you're not careful with who you give love to and what is real love. It's like you have to find out. It's like you think you're in love, and then you think this person loves you, and then they don't. It's like then you're starting to question, well, what is love, right? So everything is always up for question at all times, but you don't want to drive yourself paranoid or insane either. So yes, trust is very important to living your life and just being chill, having things flow with you, because you know what you're doing. You know the actions you're doing are not immoral, you're not harming anybody. You know the results of your actions, so you have trust in that. I think that's a very good thing to have. There's one channel that I unsubscribed because they were closed-minded. Some libertarian and ANCAPs forced their ideas on you. Yeah, and again, I don't use any of these titles. Some people might want to throw those titles on me, and I usually deny them. because I want to say, okay, we're not operating on a human level anymore. The minute we start throwing around these buzzwords, because that's what they are, these identities, we're not talking to each other as human beings. And as simple as that is, it's something that we just don't do, because we have this mindset, especially go to the Wikipedia. It's like the perfect place for that. Go to anybody's bio, and it's like, this person is this, is this, is that, is this, is that. And then they're all separate links. And then if you click on each one, they each go to their own page. And half the time, these people don't even describe themselves like that. And there's people who are anonymously or Wikipedia editors who are putting this in to describe this person, which this person probably didn't even consent to that. I don't know. And it's wild. Like, Wikipedia is just a place full of identities and full of, this is what the history is. And, this is what is considered alternative, pseudoscience, shouldn't trust this. It's like, it is the place where they dictate what is true and what is not, and who people are and who they're not. And it's interesting, but it even takes place among the abolitionists, the people that I study and the people that I write about. I mean, if you look up those people on the Wikipedia, my gosh, it has a bunch of titles for them, which if you read their works, they never titled themselves like that. And you're like, where in the world did the historians come up with this one? If they're historians and they want to be accurate, well, then they're being quite inaccurate, because these people didn't title themselves that. So, like, what's the point of being a historian if you're going to make up titles for people, like, that they don't prescribe to, or you don't even know? If you don't know, that's even worse. It's like it's like now you're presuming, you're making the history. It's like, then what do I trust you for? Anyways, that's my rant done on the Wikipedia. Although I'm sure there's more to say. Plead the fifth. What's going on here? Someone pleading the fifth? Do you pay taxes? Oh boy. Well, I created a nonprofit, so that tells you that, right? There's certain church structures and stuff you can create for those purposes, but also because you care about the mission. So it's, goes both ways. But yeah, I guess it depends on what you mean. I think we all do, because unless you do, you don't live in the system, right? But of course, one of the big solutions to getting out of this whole mess is to eventually say no at some point. The way I look at the way everything's going to change is when one town or one community stops all at once. And so whether it's going to be an influencer creating that, or whether it's going to be a bunch of people who just get upset in a trending hashtag, whatever it is, it's going to happen, I believe, eventually, because it's usually every sort of big thing in history is some sort of revolution happens because of resistance to that particular thing, to taxes. But yeah, it's something that I think we're all forced into. And it really is just theft. I don't see another way around that. Again, as someone who loves nuance, as someone who likes to see things in different ways, I don't think I could go around the fact that that is absolutely just taking someone's labor that belongs to them. And that is slavery. That is slavery. At what percentage is it not? You say 100% of taking someone's labor is slavery. What percentage is not? Right? It's the question I ask people. There's some just inconsistencies in people's thinking that doesn't require you to even have a firm stance on what is right versus wrong, on what you believe the world should be. That if you just pick apart the inconsistencies and the hypocrisies, you start to see, what in the world, why would you promote this but then promote that? So most people are against theft, but they're okay with taxation. It's like, it's basically the same thing, but they say, oh, it's different because of what it does. It's like, well, then you're saying the ends justifies the means, because we can do that for pretty much anything. Let's see here. What do you think about driver's licenses? Do you have one? Do you think there's a purpose for it? Well, yeah, funny that you ask. I do have a permit, and I'm working on a license down here because I came from Pennsylvania. I'm in Florida, and another made-up boundary, human-made. But again, this is something that we all have, and it's something that everybody uses. I want you to just be aware of something, that there are many groups in the alternative space that claim that you don't need to do those things if you sign your name a certain way, if you file certain paperwork. And I just want to say to be pretty careful of that. I think it makes a very perfect psyop, because those people are not saying no. They're not saying this is bad. They're saying there's a way around it using the system. So be careful of that. There's a lot of that. And I think it's a trap, to be honest with you. And I know many people who do it. And in fact, I'm in many of those communities, and I know them quite well. So people sometimes message me, they're like, "Oh, I have this strategy that can save you money and do this and that." And I'm like, I know what this is. You know what I mean? I've seen this before. It's the same script. I'm very aware of it. And so just be careful of that. It's like, are you free or are you not? Do you need a piece of paper? Do you need a signature to tell you you're free? Or are you naturally free? Like, that's the point we got to get to, is a direct consciousness with who we are. Any way around that is avoiding reality. It's avoiding what is true. And why would we avoid something that we know to be true? You say, well, people aren't ready for it. It doesn't make it untrue. You say, well, it's still true. It's just people aren't ready for it. So we have to transition to that. So you don't want to promote the full truth. Buddha said that, this is a quote attributed to him at least, that there's only two mistakes you can make on the path to truth, and that is not starting and not going all the way. And so I believe most people are afraid of starting and going all the way. And that goes for anything. If someone who believes firmly in something, will they go to the end for it? Or will they have hypocrisy in what they're thinking? They think that they believe something. They think they know something. But in reality, they don't. Right? And that reality only sets in when you start asking questions and you have outsiders who start to challenge that, because usually you don't see it in yourself. Usually you don't see where you are wrong. Usually you don't see your own attachments. You don't see how to solve your own health. Like, it may be your own health. It may be you. You might be the only one that lives in your own body. It's the true home that you live in. But despite that, it's still rather difficult. And that's partly because of a lot of the influences around you that want to distract you. So those are not really helping you. But if you get that one friend or that one person in your life, and again, it could be us on a live stream here, creating a community, who can just ask you the right questions, who can just get you curious for a moment, then you could start to heal yourself. Then you could start becoming your own doctor, your own teacher, your own coach, your own governor, right? And you start to take life in your own hands, because they're facilitating that in you. That's the role of a coach. A coach is supposed to help support you in what you're already trying to aim for. And again, many coaches, they're trained to teach a certain doctrine. They're not necessarily trained to help you train yourself. Let's see here. I think that they can put licenses and insurance together in one card. Well, that doesn't make it any better just because you have licenses and insurances in one card. Of course, yeah, can the government save paper because they're wasting paper all the time? Absolutely. But it doesn't mean that... it doesn't mean that it's right that they save paper. It's like, oh my gosh, the government, they can maybe save us from these AI data centers that are coming in. It doesn't mean that it's right for them to save us, just as much as it's not right for them to put the data centers in. I mean, come on. Can we see some nuance here, right? But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm not sure the sovereign system works, and if it does, you're going to go to court a lot. That's right. I don't think it's necessary, but there will be consequences. And I know that someone in the chat just mentioned Paul enslaved very passionate about those ideas. But yes, I believe in civil disobedience, saying no directly. And I've been on his podcast once before. He's got a rather aggressive approach. I don't mind it. It's cool. Cool with me. I just kind of laughed around. I thought it was kind of funny. I don't know if he does it on purpose or not, but, I think he's a real dude. He reminds me of a streamer called Trainwrecks TV. And he just reminds me his personality, the way he does things. I think he's pretty entertaining, so he's good at delivering those messages. There's some other people who do a pretty good job too. Again, doesn't mean they're right. Not at all. I would say someone who lives a true life of freedom is Jim Gale, and I would stand on that to the end. I think if you play by any paperwork, any means of signing your name a certain way, of I have to use a certain language, you're controlled. You're not controlled by the system, you're controlled by yourself and those words and those identities and those ideologies. You shouldn't have to be, if you're truly free, you shouldn't have to live your life by those things, right? Beware of grifter health gurus. Yeah, beware of gurus and grifters everywhere. I mean, that's the internet for you. But, it happens in the mainstream and the alternative. Don't forget, happens both places. If people find that they're really good at one thing, they'll take it home. But they won't tell you that, it may be completely unnecessary. I mean, if let's say you're really good at common law terminology, and then you start to have a spiritual awakening one day, and you're like, man, this is all just made up. It's just as made up as the system that I'm fighting against. Well, are you going to stop selling courses? Are you going to stop teaching other people how to do it when you know it also can help them escape the system to some extent? You're going to think, well, maybe it's a solution. You know what? It's going to transition us there. Or you know what? Why not? It's not going to hurt anybody. But the truth is, it's not, like what I just said before, it's not going all the way, right? And I think we have to go all the way. Like, I'm in this, guys. Jim Gale, he's in this. He's risking his life. He's risking his house. He's publicly saying what he's doing. He's not beating around the bush. And I think we all have to get to that point, one way or another. We can try to avoid it, and we can try to sound nice, and we can try to, sugarcoat it in a sense, if you will. Although, I try not to sound extreme. I mean, I don't think I sound extreme. I'm just telling you, I'm just being honest, right? People are going to have other ways of being honest, and some people say things in a way that comes across to others offensive. Like, Paul never comes across to me offensive. To other people, it's like, oh my gosh. It's like, what? I have a high tolerance. Not everybody does. But you can't worry about everyone's perception of you. You can't worry about, everyone and where they're at. Like, you either stand for the truth or you don't. What you believe to be the truth. Again, you're always evolving. We're all always learning from each other. Let's see here. We got some comments. Curiosity, question everything around you is part of the way. I agree. Self-help books helps the guy that writes it. That's funny. Well, in health coaching, they call that the magic of mirroring. So in a way, they look at that in a very positive way, which is quite quite beneficial to say, oh, well, it's positive. It helps me too, right? How fitting for their agenda to sell more books. But it does. When you are health coaching or you're helping someone else, it helps you too. So in a way, it does help the guy that writes the self-help book. But that's a good thing. It is a good thing, because they should be helped from the same process. And the problem is, of course, you just don't want to be projecting too much. That's where it becomes an issue. If you're just projecting and you're unaware of your projection and some of the things that you're missing because you're projecting, then yeah, it's going to cause problems. Let's see here. Police have an aggressive approach. Oh, yeah, if you want to see a lot of that, watch San Joaquin Valley Transparency and Here's the Deal. They have channels where they talk about police a lot. I also think we have too many rules and regulations. It's not that we have too many rules and regulations, it's that we have rules and regulations that control human behavior and control the labor of people. Is that not their own property? What happened to this idea of property or ownership? Does that exist? If it does, then why do people have a certain claim or authority over that said property? I thought we're supposed to be free, It says in the Declaration of Independence, what is it? pursuit of happiness. It doesn't say property. It's like, what's going on here? So, you want us to be happy, but how are we supposed to be happy if we don't own what we own? If we can't choose what to do with our own property, like that we work for, right? So just expect us to be happy. Consent because you were just born here, right? I expect you to be a citizen. I expect you to be a good citizen, to do your job, to give your vote. I expect that of you because that's your role. And then you expect of me to be the good ruler. Well, first of all, they don't say that. If they did, it'd actually be more honest, and it would sound crazy. But truthfully, it's a wild system. It's a wild system because it's just based on slavery. That's all it is. 6,000 years ago, Sumeria. It's just the same playbook over and over again throughout history. Most folks can't pass the constitutional quiz. Well, good. They probably shouldn't. I think it's funny that the Constitution is promoted as this freedom-oriented thing, and I know the sovereign groups have like 3 constitutions that they promote. Again, it's all just a piece of paper. It's just someone's thoughts arbitrarily written for a certain time on a piece of paper, so it's not universal, it's not timeless. We can't say that's actually truthful. Now, of course, within the document will contain truths, but it's not the document that makes them true. The document is just pointing to something that is true. It's like when you get the map mixed with the terrain, or the message mixed with the messenger. Unfortunately, we do that because we live in a very identity-based attachment world. So it's easy to do that. It's easy and comfortable. And again, other people do it, and that's what you're trained in school. The Constitution gives you rights. It protects you. It keeps government limited. Meanwhile, there were anti-federalists who protested it. There were founding fathers who weren't even there. Patrick Henry warned us that it would become a tyranny. And all the tyrannies in history all had constitutions. And Lysander Spooner, as a lawyer, debunked the Constitution in his writing No Treason, the Constitution of No Authority, despite the fact he was somebody who promoted the document much of his life. In fact, to his fame. He wrote a text called The Unconstitutionality of Slavery. And it went up against people who were saying that the Constitution promoted slavery. And yet, at the end of the day, both the anti-Constitution and pro-Constitution figures both agreed that it's just a piece of paper and that it's useless because it means nothing. And if anything, the Declaration of Independence has a lot more power over the Constitution. And a lot of people saw contradictions, like the anti-federalists saw contradictions between the Constitution and the Declaration. But again, these are just pieces of paper, and worldwide, it's like they have their own constitutions. They all grant you the freedom to this, the freedom to that. It's like they don't grant that to you. You're just born with it. Like, are you human? Do you have the ability to free speech? Or do you have to get granted that? You know what they call that? Back in slave times, they called that enfranchisement or manumission. That's what it is. Those rules and regulations are just policy. Make-believe imaginations like unicorns. Exactly. I mean, that's basically what I'm saying. Where do your rights come from? Well, it depends on what you define a right to be. And I know some people in my community follow Mark Passio, and he defines it very explicitly. I don't do that. But generally speaking, people say rights come from nature, your nature, human nature, God, some sense of timeless and universal truth, part of you and your property. I would say, kind of like what Mark Passio says, all property rights are rights. I agree to the sense that, you have the right to your own property, essentially, and freedom is your property. Your life is your property. Basically, anything that you own, you have a right to, and anything that isn't wrong. You can say you have a right to do anything that's not wrong, right? As Mark Passio says. You can say that. I think I'm cool with all those definitions, but I'm also cool with the fact that there's nuance and other ways to define these things. Let's see here. Were you ever in a union? Not sure what you mean by that. That is another area in education. I think they need to be teaching a lot of things earlier in life. Yeah. I mean, listen, you can go down a list. Everything in the system needs to change. And that's because the system itself is built on coercion. So all day we can be talking about, what the solution is and what the problems are. Oh, people love talking about the problems. I mean, that's no end, no short of that, right? But I like to share that the solution is rather simple, and that is civil disobedience, permaculture, growing food instead of lawns, inspiring people, empowering people. We don't have to be divided. We don't have to be philosophizing. We don't even have to debate about these concepts. I know that it's fun to do so, and it's good on a personal level, and it helps us evolve the consciousness of the human species to sort of have these conversations. But at the same time, if you create environments that are very receptive to create those conversations will happen sort of naturally. And so I'm trying to create environments for that, whether it's on my social media, whether it's with my real life projects, doing everything in my power to create that environment, which means I have an open mind and people don't have to define things a certain way. I just want people to think differently, challenge themselves always. So whether it's natural law or rights, and you want to say it's very specific and it's very objective, I'm still going to ask you, is that true? And what about this context? And what about that? And what about how this person defines it? It just so happens that it leads to the same outcome, right? Like if Osho defined what is right as consciousness, right? Lysander Spooner never even defined it, but yet wrote a whole text about the science of natural law. C.S. Lewis wrote a whole text about the abolition of man if we don't have objective morality, and yet he never defines it. There's other ways to go about with your definitions. My favorite interpretation of natural law is from C.F. Volney, who many people are unfamiliar with, so I did a whole video about that on my channel. What's your most important duty as a citizen? My most important duty as a human being is to steward, I believe. Steward the land, steward the earth, care for one another, and serve, to be of service. Because when you serve and help other people, that's how you serve yourself. It's the most selfish thing you can do is to be selfless. It's an opposite. Because those people who are the least inspired, who are the most depressed, are the people who believe that it's the opposite, that they should not serve, and that everyone's going to cheat them and lie to them, etc. There's programs in our belief systems that we have to get past, and you'll find the right people, you'll meet the right people if you make it your intent to do so. I've met wonderful people because I've had an open mind and I care a lot about the world, and so it happens on its own. I just opened the door and all of a sudden all these people came and I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? That was me doing my local events. That was me setting up the community center. That was me on the street. And I just run into these people because I present the opportunity to myself. If you close your own mind to the possibility and you perceive yourself as inferior or a problem, or you perceive other people as a problem, you're blocking. You're creating a blockade that doesn't need to be there, right? So again, it's another perspective that I'm sharing, which is, have you tried truly opening up, or, in a religious sense, they'll say surrender to God or surrender to faith. And I think this is why it helps with so many people, because usually they're latched onto something that their body is yearning to get rid of, whether it's a trauma or it's an ego or it's something preventing them from thinking different, evolving, whatever you want to say. Imagine spending 12 years in school, then you need a self-help coach. Yeah, it's true. Very true. In the school system, it just shows you, if we have all this disease, if we have food insecurity, if we have people who aren't thinking for themselves, who have the inability to deal with social media, it doesn't mean social media is the problem. It shows you that the school system is also flawed, right? Again, we want to blame social media, we want to blame companies, but there might be blame in ourselves. And there's this effect in psychology too, transference and other phenomena, Steelman, where the very thing that you blame someone else is doing is the same thing that you're doing yourself. It's been a tax farm since they killed Jesus. Yeah, basically, Rome, basically. And, divine right of kings. God gave me the right to rule. I think they have made some of these rules and regulations just so they can extort money from the people. I guess Matthew was a tax collector. I have no clue what you guys are talking about here. I'm going to be reading a book of Lysander Spooner soon, after the book that I'm on now. Oh, nice. Yeah, Lysander Spooner is amazing. From anybody from the 1800s, I mean, Lysander Spooner puts it in such a nice way. I mean, usually you read something like 200, 300 years ago, and you're like, man, this is kind of hard to understand, right? It's like, what am I reading? And then you read Lysander Spooner, and you're like, wait, why is this written so well? Like, I can actually understand it. He wrote really well, and he was a future thinker. And his deathbed, they said that he would come back from the dead through a lot of his ideas, and that's literally what has happened. I mean, absolutely incredible. Rights need to be defined carefully. Rights are your inherent birthright, as in you have the right to do whatever you want as long as it brings no harm to your fellow humans or nature. Yeah, see, I respect that. Causing harm is defined as a wrong. Yeah, I respect that. That's like a Mark Passio view. But bear in mind, he got that definition from an InfoWars forum post. Not some like secret occult knowledge like some people like to think. But the occult sciences and psychology does back it up for sure. Just don't take it so literal and like it's written on the parchment of God necessarily. As it even says in the Bible, the law is written on your heart. Well, you can't really write on your heart, so it's a figurative meaning that it's built within you. You can call it conscience. There's another word for it, synergenesis or something like that. A word that most people never heard of. But it also has to deal with the conscience and your inclination to do good. Oh, synderesis, that's what it's called. Synderesis. You probably never heard of that term. It's a common term used in like ancient moral studies that has to do with your inclination to do good. Not necessarily saying that you want to do good, but your inclination as in your sort of within your programming, there is something within you that wants or knows to do good, and that you're understanding and putting more into the effect of conscience. If you were born under the Constitution, you were born into a union, and the Constitution is a union contract. So this sounds like some sovereign citizen or type of language that is used. Wrong. There were the 3 Constitution quiz questions. Your most important duty is jury duty. So see, we have someone on YouTube, and I respect you. I like your name, Conspiracy Therapist, who's saying, this is what it is, but what you're saying to me, if I go back to my beginner's mind, if I just ask myself some questions, I don't know what this idea is, of union. Like, I know unity between people, right? But this idea of, you were born into a union, and there's this constitution that God wrote, and it's on a fancy parchment. I think we have to question, is that really authentic? Is that really honest? Screw the courts completely. They're more fraudulent themselves. The courts seem very interesting. To put it that lightly. It's part of the reason why, guys, every time I go live, every time I do this stuff with you guys, I always say I'm pretty grateful that I'm not a big influencer, like, actually. Because if I was a big influencer, like, you have to worry about lawsuits. I mean, you got to worry about a lot of stuff. And again, it's not that I have those fears or anything, but I see what these influencers deal with nowadays, and I'm like, holy moly. Like, it's not fun being popular. Like, a lot of people out there, this generation is like, yeah, I want to be a YouTuber, I want to be a TikToker. And then you actually see their lives, and if they're actually happy, and all the lawsuits they have to go through, and the relationships, if they're even in one. And I think I'm good. I'll pass. Right? I think I'll pass. And also, not to mention, but their audiences are usually full of spurgs. And if they say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing or do something different, half of them leave and the other half gets mad at them and goes on Reddit or Twitter and starts spamming about them. Yeah, I'm good. I don't need that. Thanks. But hey, I'm cool with a community of people who just want to open their minds and explore things. And I'm sure some of you guys are like, yeah, I want Corey to go viral so this message could go bigger. But, I want to make a big difference with my local project here and showing by example. I think there's plenty of people on the internet saying things, not a whole lot of action, like what is actually being manifested into the world. As you guys know, I'm quite vocal about that. Just to let you know, I love what you're doing. I was involved in guerrilla gardening. Oh, very cool. Very nice. Very cool. And permaculture is the way. Permaculture. I'm so glad you know about that. Yeah. Yeah, it's, it's another thing too is, there's people in the natural law community and they sort of see me promoting like growing food and they think, oh, this is like some sort of environmental thing. Like, no, permaculture has its own ethics-based system, just like anything else. The way you learn how to grow a plant is similar to the way you want to maybe even treat human beings. It's part of the reason why it's so beneficial for prisoners and students, because it actually teaches you when you do it. And you don't realize it's therapy, but it is. I can't believe I haven't finished this juice. Usually I finish this in like 3 sips, but it's because I'm talking so much. Jeez. The concept of property is an invention too. We just use stuff while we are here. And, again, some people are going to hate the fact you said that. And I have no problem with the fact you said that because I understand where you're coming from. I understand why you say that. In fact, there's this philosopher named Max Stirner in the 1840s. And he talks about this too. This idea of, or Proudhon actually, who says property is theft. And you guys are probably like, what in the world? What is he talking about? But if you read these texts, you start to understand their perspective. And you're right. You say people may feel the need to believe in something. Yeah, there's a lot of belief systems out there, and some of them are coping, or some of them are sort of bridges to get somewhere. And so we kind of sometimes will invent things that are convenient so we can get to a certain place. So for us, creating the concept of rights and property is convenient, so that way we can try to live in harmony with one another. Doesn't mean that they're true. It's nice to say that they're true, so that way we can say it's true that we should live in harmony with each other. But, there's these things that sometimes you don't actually even need to live in harmony with each other. That people think they need it, but actually you don't. And I think it's worth just exploring that perspective, because in a free world, people are going to have different ideas of reality, and that's okay. But how we get to the free world is by a general understanding that we own ourselves and that these people that we call rulers don't deserve to rule over us. By the way, quick question for those of you who are familiar with TikTok, maybe Rick, if you know about this. I'm just curious if I have to refresh the stream and more people will probably hop on. I think that might work. I think it works if you refresh the stream, because I remember I had a friend that used to do that. So what if I refresh the stream real quick on TikTok? You think that'll work? Technological capabilities versus monetary system should say make money obsolete. Yeah. Technological capabilities and AI is actually going to make, well, a lot of things obsolete, and that's why people have a lot of fears. I don't look at it purely in a fearful way, considering the fact there is a lot that is good that can come from it. It's a tool like anything else, and it's definitely going to challenge the way we do things. Definitely. It already is. And I think, yeah, it's not just money, though. It's time, it's work, it's everything. And besides, our whole civilization is built on money, so if you say it changes money, it's already changing everything else. Let's see here. Everybody should be doing permaculture, yeah. Daniel Quinn's book, Ishmael. Oh, yes, I've been referred to this book many times. Showed how Floyd is kept under lock and key and doled out to get people to do stupid things for kings and queens. What do you mean by Floyd? Unless that's a typo. It's called totalitarian agriculture. Yeah, I mean, that's monoculture, mass monoculture, agribusiness. I like to just call it agribusiness because, there's a word for that. So, that's what I do. But, you can call it totalitarian agriculture. I mean, that's what it is. right? I mean, like I said, the way you treat plants is the way you treat people. Or even the way you treat animals. Like Gandhi has that quote about that, you know. That's why some people promote like the vegetarianism thing, and you know, I respect that. Because it's true. If there's actually schools locally here that teach you like animal rights, animal activism, and you know, a lot of their logic I sincerely question quite a lot, in ways that I surprise myself, because there are things that I'm like, I see this and I know that they can't see this. They're not like obvious things. They're like nuance that is sometimes really hard to see. And I surprise myself that I can sometimes see that nuance in regards to animal agriculture, because they want to say that, you know, animals are like humans and deserve rights and we should go vegan. I surprise myself with the nuance I sometimes see with that topic, because I respect and understand where they come from. And then the more I dive into it and see their arguments and see some nuance, and I'm like, oof, it's hard to explain. I go in my mind and I'm like, that's going to be a hard one to explain. But regardless, you know, if there's a vegan or someone who cares about animals, the best thing they can do is promote permaculture, because they're promoting the environment, they're promoting animals, they're promoting plants, they're promoting everything to work together in harmony. You know, it's a whole ethics system. And it's one that also won't cause as much division and is more holistic, more conscious. And in my videos exposing veganism, which people still have never debunked, by the way, you know, they just propose questions, and they propose the idea that we just need to be more conscious of our food overall. And by becoming more conscious of our food, that extends beyond veganism into heavy metals and agriculture, how the food is being raised, where is it going. You know, these are things that, by definition, following a diet does not take into consideration. But I also go over the moral arguments too, and everything else. Everything in between. You know, personally, I thrive a lot on fats, and a lot of people thrive on fats. I probably would not have the energy to do what I'm doing if it weren't for the fats. My skin, everything about me would not be what it is without fats. Just being honest. Just saying. And I used to, you know, this is just me speaking from my honest self. If I'm not allowed to do that, then, you know, again, what freedom do I have? When I was vegetarian, my cheekbones were getting a little too thin, and people noticed. So I did try it. Can't say I didn't. And, you know, I know my stuff, like, in regards to health, because I studied all these diets and stuff. So, like, I know how you can get all your B vitamins, and, you know, there's certain supplements and stuff you can take. It doesn't mean that's natural either. There's a lot of problems with that, but yeah, they're poisoning all of us. Yeah, well, we're poisoning ourselves. You know, it's not like there's this grand conspiracy necessarily to poison us, as much as it's consumers who really want food that is appealing to their senses, and the companies have gotten very like smart or insidious, if you will, with how to create addicting food. All right, I'm gonna reset the TikTok live. Okay, and then Rick, if you're still here, a Peruvian gringa, if you're watching, I'm gonna reset this, and I want to see what happens. I want to see what happens when I restart the stream. Let's see what happens.
Kids can do it, y'all, but I'm saying, like, we don't need that many kids. Like, we got enough kids. Everybody don't need nothing but, like, 2 kids.
I think we're here. We're good. All right, we're back. Yo, escape the matrix. Escape the matrix. See if anybody new pops up in here because I reset it. I want to see if this works. Just testing something. I started telling Eskimo to be vegan. That's right. One last question. How many times did Thomas Paine mention hemp and common sense? Ah, did he? That's interesting. I actually don't know. I have his book, Rights of Man. I did read Common Sense a long time ago, years ago. I think back in 2016 when I was a statist, when I promoted government. Thank you, Rick. Back on the live. But yeah, it's been a hot minute. I have all the Founding Fathers books actually in my bookshelf. You know, I have all of them. So I promoted the Founding Fathers quite a lot back in the day, especially when I was into all that. Very familiar with George Washington's Etiquette book that he wrote. Have you guys ever seen that book? Like proper etiquette? I should probably try to get that. It's like, you guys want to learn proper etiquette from the first president of the United States? He wrote a whole book about it. I remember one of the things it said was if somebody stands up, you stand up too. If somebody it's like whatever their posture is, you want to mirror it. You know, it sounds kind of like neuro-linguistic programming, sort of like learning how to talk to someone effectively. But it's funny. There's some actual good tips in there, maybe. But hey, that's part of the Enlightenment, is like learning proper mannerisms. And it doesn't have to be strict. It doesn't have to be like, this is the way the family does it, and this is the culture, and you must do it too. But like proper mannerisms and gestures and like holding open the door for people, like, hey, that exists. And I know some people may not like that, but if you're raised in a family that cares and you're like, why would you do it? I think the good question is asking why. And if you're not allowed to ask why, then of course. But it's not a good thing if you're not allowed to ask why. I like asking why. I ask a lot of questions. That's why I have this board here. Thank you, those people who are scrolling in right now. Stop scrolling. Escape the Matrix. Any questions you got? Oh my gosh, someone just joined. Real UFO caller. Come on. Escape the Matrix. You sound like the perfect person to be in here. The perfect name. Perfect name. Even though I haven't talked about UFOs yet. Isn't that crazy? Yo, he followed. Just because I said that? That's crazy. You're awesome. Stop scrolling. Escape the Matrix. This is your sign. If you see this screen, the screen of the stream, then you're here escaping the Matrix. Now, what does it mean to escape the Matrix? Escaping the algorithm, because I'm here. I probably shouldn't be in this algorithm. I get people to question things quite a lot. At least that's my goal. I'm myself, right? I just share perspectives. I don't claim to know. I don't claim to know everything. But what I can do is get you to ask questions and learn for yourself from your own worldview to see if there's any contradictions, anything that maybe is kept hidden from you, maybe things that are kept buried in the algorithm, like me. You found me for a reason. It's fate. It's God. God told you so. No, I'm just kidding. The aliens, they casted this upon you. The UFO caller, you probably summoned me because the aliens gave you this direct interception through technology. I mean, hey, I don't know. It's possible. Because everyone knew what it was, we have some comments on YouTube that I'm reading here. We need England for nothing. We have hemp growing rank. You guys like talking about hemp. How come every time I go live, I talk about growing food, someone mentions hemp. It's like it basically always happens, It's like, how popular is hemp, darn it? It's amazing. But, we're growing everything. At Bigfoot Food Forest, Florida, we're growing everything. We're demonstrating all the solutions that the world is not taught. That includes growing food, but there are many other things that we're not taught about. And so the question is always, well, what could we do? What could we do? Instead of just talking about the problems in the world, what if there are solutions? We are the aliens. That's funny. I mean, we are. I mean, listen, I look at the world around and sometimes I'm thinking, I'm an alien because I don't fit here. I don't belong here. Now, of course, there is the idea of alienation, right? Where you feel like you're isolated or away from other people, and there is psychology behind that, where you have a hard time fitting in, and maybe it's because of what you believe. It's some of the things you do are considered taboo, right? And I think we always question ourselves, right? Because we can alienate ourselves, or we can alienate other people because we don't realize that we're doing it, and we are projecting onto them and making them be something that they're not. And so they feel like they're not really themselves. And over time, they have some sort of ego death awakening, or something that happens in their life, and they realize, oh, shoot, I got to be me. What happened to me? All this time I was being somebody I wasn't. And it's something I share a lot on my live streams for those of you guys who are joining in is, there's a lot of content creators out there, and what makes them appealing is the idea that you think that they're being truthful with you. They appear as though they are real. Or maybe they're putting on a persona on purpose, and then, it's fun to follow them. Like, there's people who dress up in certain outfits. In fact, I'm one of them. Sometimes I dress up in a Victorian outfit for fun. But, we can have fun and we can have satire without taking the false fiction of our reality as reality. And sometimes we don't know the difference between what is real and what is fake. And in today's world, especially with technology, it can get really difficult to know what is real versus what is fake, right? And so I have this TikTok live stream, and thank you for all you guys who are joining in. I've been live actually for the past 2 hours and just restarted the stream here. I'm trying to spread awareness, spread perspective. Because again, I don't claim to know things, right? I'm just one person on the internet like everybody else, just like you. I believe that you actually have great insights. I want to find out, how do we change the world? How do we make the world a better place? And what is it that you're working on, right? Can we create a community of people who are open-minded enough to entertain different ideas? And I'm not attached to what I believe. Like, you can challenge me, say, hey, I'm wrong. You can say, oh, this is totally weird, whatever. You can make fun of me, my appearance, my long hair. I don't care, right? I'm all for it. This is the internet. I signed up for this, right? But the point is that true community in our world, do we have it? True love in our world, do we have it? True authenticity in our world, do we have it? These are the things that I think every one of us desires. And it doesn't necessarily take a religion or me promoting anything. Like, I'm not pushing anything on you. I'm not trying to sell you anything. And that's clear if you look at any of my works. I have a nonprofit that I created recently to grow food, but I'm pretty sure most people can't disagree with that, so we're good. But other than that, because I have to make a living somehow, other than that, I'm in this to try to find out, how do we make the world a better place? And this is what the internet is for, I believe. We've got to start somewhere. It's like, if you want to make noise, this is the place to do it. This is the place to do it. And not to add to the noise that is already there, because there's plenty of noise. Like I said, there's plenty of content creators. But to actually try to transform something. So, like, I'm growing food. I'm actively demonstrating projects. I'm not just talking about the problems of the world. So when I have back here, stop scrolling, escape the matrix, I'm not just saying to escape the matrix and that, oh my gosh, everything that you were taught, you've been lied to, etc. Although many people may want to go there, and you may even agree with that. What I am saying is that you are naturally free, that you have infinite value, that you have so much potential. And I'm not saying that so I can have you buy a book or sell you a course or anything like that. I'm saying that because you live in a world of inauthenticity. You live in a world where people don't know themselves, and it's okay. We all are on different paths. You may even question yourself, what is it that I'm doing? What is it I could do better? And that's something I'm always working to do more of myself, right? So it just starts with that base level honesty, like, hey, this is who I am. This is what I'm doing. So hopefully you guys appreciate that. I see you all joining in the chat. What's up? What's going on? We've got a lot of cool people. Nasimi, Starwolf, Manny, Modman, Josh, Nobe, Mark, Heiner, Costi, sounds like Costco, like the grocery store. Kimberly Jones, Bob Doodle. If Doodle's your last name, that's pretty cool, I'll be honest with you. Shauna, welcome to the chat. Let It Crust, that's kind of suspicious of a name, I'll be honest. Gat, that's quite a name we got there. I feel like that TV show where they're naming all the names of the people in the classroom. We got Mr. Worldwide, literally that's his name, Mr. Worldwide. We got Pitbull in the chat, apparently. Yo, if Pitbull, you're here, what's going on? Escape the Matrix. But let's see. I'm going to read some comments here on YouTube. It would be great to chat to Corey about common law and how it places the people through a jury. We just talked about a lot of that. There's different ideas of how to make the world a better place. And guys, we have a lot of fun on my stream. We don't take things too serious. Like, yes, it's serious. We got to make the world a better place, and the world is crazy, and we're stuck in the matrix, and we're all scrolling on social media, and we're all trying to survive. Like, we're all in the same boat, generally speaking. And by the way, it's very late where I am. I'm in Florida, United States. So I don't know where you guys are tuning in from. If you want to let me know, feel free. But no matter where we are in the world, I'm pretty sure a lot of us agree that things got to change, right? And I believe that it's not going to come through politicians. It's not going to come from any new religion or existing group. It's going to come from people challenging themselves and going more inward, or really questioning what's going on in their world. And simply by having this conversation, simply by intending to change things, I believe that a lot can change on its own. There's this idea that if you have that intent and you want to make the world a better place, eventually you'll meet other people. And that's exactly what's happened to me. So I'm very fortunate to run into people like this guy in the chat, Daryl, on YouTube, who's always super cool, and he grows food. His whole house, like his whole roof of his house is literally just like food forests. And I don't know if you guys ever learned about food forests. You guys are joining on the TikTok chat here, but food forests can literally revolutionize our world. So imagine if every park, every prison, every school, every church grew food instead of lawns. Lawns, yes, grass, I know, grass, literally was created by royalty. Look this up for yourself. You don't have to agree with everything I say. And ever since then, we have lawns, grass, as a status of royalty, of wealth. But guess what? We have food insecurity across America. By the way, we say there's a first world nation. How come we're not growing food? How come we aren't in school learning how to preserve, can, grow food? Like, how come basic things like trauma, inner work, shadow work, psychology, we're not taught that in school? I mean, just a question, guys, tell me. It's too complicated. Oh, it's not. It's like, I don't get it, Why aren't we learning the things that are timeless and universal? Daryl was like, thanks for the shout out. I just woke up. Yeah, well, listen, I woke you up. I was sending a message to you telepathically. I was like, Daryl, you got to wake up right now. Corey's live. You got to watch the live stream. Grass just grows down south here. Yeah, well, the thing is that they make artificial grass on purpose. And people in HOA neighborhoods, which is homeowners associations, they have grass and they're not growing any food, and they're poisoning that grass, and then the poison is going to the water supply, and then people wonder where the lightning bugs go, and they're wondering why the environment is degrading. Now, let's bring this a step further, right? If every church, every prison, every school, every park grew food instead of lawns, we wouldn't have disease or poverty or any of the big problems that people are complaining about. Many people are also worried about AI data centers. Guess what? If we become stewards of our land again and we start growing food instead of lawns and using our resources that everybody uses differently, you make this decision yourself for your own land, your own property, then things shift. And you're probably part of a church, and that church has land. Or maybe you even have a fence. You can make a food fence. Or maybe you live in an apartment. You can make a green closet. There's literally endless possibilities, and you're on the internet, and there's solutions at your fingertips. And people are not using it, and it's likely because you weren't inspired to do it, you were not taught to do it, you were not empowered to do it. You don't have a community of people to show you how to do it. You have AI. You can ask AI, say, hey, I want to grow this, I want to do this, I want to do that, I have this is my circumstance. It'll tell you everything. But people don't do it. And you got to ask yourself, well, why? Right? So why are we lazy? Why aren't we doing this? And we can go through the list of reasons why the world is problematic, and we could talk about forever. But I'm giving you right here a solid solution, which is grow food instead of lawns. If we just did that one thing, everything would dramatically change. Now, there's many other things too, but that's just one. And the fact that Daryl just came in on that, And, some other guys just came in on that. They probably think that's all I've been rambling about for the past 2 hours. But I guarantee this is actually the first time I mentioned growing food in the past 2 hours, which is impressive, by the way, for me, because I'm all about, trying to make the world a better place and sharing solutions. I was sharing a bunch of other solutions for the rest of the time. And these are all things that the algorithm doesn't show you because negativity gets more views. I mean, the truth is that most people are watching things that are attention grabbing. And nowadays it's all just AI generated too, so you don't even know what's real, right? So we're up against quite a storm here where negative press gets more attention. People aren't going to be into solutions, or they think that if they are solutions, someone's going to get some money out of it. And, these solutions take away power from all the institutions. Once you start growing food, you don't rely on the grocery store. You don't even need money. You have your own form of bartering. It changes everything. It creates a local economy, builds community. It gets you in the soil. It's basically a free therapist. I mean, come on, guys. It's something that nobody can disagree with. There's nothing this unifying in the world. Tell me if there is. Tell me, please. Biodiversity is essential. And that's right. And the same thing with ideas, which is why I encourage people to question me and share different ideas here. Because if we have people that just agree with me all the time, that first of all, that'd be no fun. And I'd be a sterile content creator and it'd be all planned and scripted, and that's no fun, right? Our humanity is what we're missing. That's what people yearn for. That's why with all the AI and all the algorithms, people want humanity. They want community. They want nature. They're looking for it. They may not even think that they need it or want that, right? And they might think, oh my gosh, nature is chaotic and there's bugs and I'm going to get bit and all this. But when push comes to shove, and when the Terminator robotic invasion is on its way, which seems to be more and more every single day, people are going to be wanting that. But it's not just that. When you realize that our food is poisonous, when you realize that it's exported across the world and that a food that you grow is also tastes better, when you realize that it can help you connect with your neighbor across the street, when you realize that you can make money off of it, when you realize that it can help you breathe in fresh air, when you realize that you can take care of something and it feels like a pet, but it's a plant, doesn't talk back to you, doesn't get mad at you, it's not as needy. If anything, nature is really intelligent and really smart, and most people think they can't grow things when they can. All they need is some wood chips. Most people don't know that. Most people think, oh, if I just have to put it in the ground, I get a plant, put it in the ground. It's like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work like that. It's like, well, I expect it to grow, It's like, you can't just expect the plant to grow. Plants, just like human beings, they require care, right? Stewardship. What happened to this idea of stewardship, of caring for the world and the land? Now, I don't want to sound like a green, activist, environmental, probably look like a hippie with the hair too. But for those of you who are watching who want to explore different ideas, that's what I'm all about. And so please make fun of me. I don't care. That's cool. It's all part of the show, is to have fun with this, because we can get really serious really quickly, and that's not good for our dopamine. It's not good for our health. In the process of attaining a truly free or voluntary world, a world based on consent, a world where there is abundance instead of scarcity, so there's no need for war and disease, etc., we can have fun. We can change the culture. We can create arts and music. That's what we can do. I said that back in the slave times, the slaves would sing, they would dance on the plantations and yearn for a life where they were free. We don't have to be depressed. We don't have to feel down about our world. We can be inspired and motivated to want to change things in our world. And we don't need someone selling us something in order to attain that motivation and that inspiration. Because many people, they want to lock you in, right? It's not that they want you locked in to what you're doing. They want you locked into what they're doing. So that way they can trap you into their program. This is the cult formula. Every cult leader, and there's, they call it the cult of personality online. Their goal is to say exactly what you want to hear, exactly for the right audiences, which they call their target market. So that way they can capture your attention, which converts to clicks, which converts to money. And when they convert your money, that means, a a livelihood for themselves, but not necessarily changing the world, not necessarily making the world a better place. And so cults are all around us. They don't just exist as small pockets, small communities, those things you watch on Netflix as a documentary. Cults happen in politics, in religion, in sports, in celebrities, and all the things that people follow, but they may not want to question. And I'm going to lose a lot of people saying that because it's comfortable and it's fun. And hey, I just said we can have fun while wanting to be inspired, while wanting to help the world. Non-evil Goddess. That's funny. I know who Goddess is. Some of you guys probably don't know who that is. But he's like a guy who eats raw meat online, which is crazy. Well, not crazy, because I actually do the same thing. I don't know if that's why you're calling me that. But it's crazy according to modern day people. It's one of the things that, if you're here, escape the matrix. Stop scrolling. If you're here, it's a sign. But, there are many things in our world we can talk about, and food is one of them. And we cook a lot of our food. And throughout the ages, if you look at the tribes and you look at the people who are very close to the earth, there's a lot of people who eat raw meat. There's a lot of people who do these practices that by many, they'd be like, that's disgusting, that's horrible, why would I ever do that? And surprisingly, it's actually healing a lot of people. I mean, and again, there are sensationalist people online who just follow trends, who do things. But not a lot of people know, but he attacked his, I know about that. That whole situation with goat, I looked into that, pretty crazy. There's whole documentaries about him now about that. But it's cool that people can discern the message from the messenger. Like we were talking about that too, because when we're talking about cults, which again, are all around us, places that we don't want to recognize, cults are precisely dangerous because you can't tell when you're in one. That's what makes them dangerous. And so the biggest cult that there is government. Ooh, bombshell. That's a hard one. And I mean all government. I don't mean this one, that one, this master, this law, blah, 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 whatever piece of paper we write, whatever outfit we wear, whatever title we wear. That's all made up. And frankly, this was created as a system to control people. And it's been like that for the past 6,000 years. And I know that sounds crazy because you're like, well, without that system, how do you have order and how do you protect the rights of people? And I totally respect that view. But when you understand that these systems have never protected people and that they're created precisely to trap people's emotions and to get them to support them so that way they can manipulate them, then you see it differently. And when you see it like a cult, what cults do is they promise you good things. They pull you in because you believe in those good things. And wholeheartedly, even the cult leaders invested in the good thing. But it still ends up being very toxic and very bad. And by the way, a cult is just a toxic relationship. So if any of you guys have been in relationships where they've gotten quite toxic, you would understand this. It's like you get pulled in, sucked in, you don't know how to get yourself out. But once you get yourself out, then it's freeing, even though there's a lot of resistance. And it's the same thing, by the way, with addictions. It's the same thing with overcoming a lot of trauma. These patterns are exacerbated and even contribute to each other. In fact, even the cults in our world, the mainstream ones, sports, religions, governments, etc., they all support each other. Because if you're in a church, they're not going to challenge the government. They're going to say, well, God is the ruler of our universe, as long as you don't challenge the government. Well, the sports team, it's a great distraction. But, and it's fun and entertaining. And I think it's nothing, sports is probably not nearly on the scale of everything else I'm talking about. But people worship certain players as if they're gods, among men. And like literally, there are books about sports players. And there are religions created off of sports players. And it's a real thing. And they say, well, they're not like other religions because I can actually relate to it because I know this player and I see him and he actually does good for the country and he actually unites people because it's a sport. Everything I say can be used as a justification to create a new cult. In fact, if you understand all the cults well enough, you can create the best cult, the most effective one to control everybody the most. So you know what the most effective cult would be? I'll tell you what it is. It's a perfect limited government that is for the people, by the people. And the reason why is because the people believe they are in power. The people believe that their vote matters. The people believe that they are in control. Again, this is going to offend a lot of people. Some people I'm going to lose here. But that is cult psychology. Whether you want to deny it or not, whether you believe your government is created for protection or not, that is cult psychology. That's what they do. They prey on you, and it's funny we use the word prey like we do in religion, but they prey on you for your desires and your traumas and your weaknesses, and then they take that out of you. Oh, you want health care? You're in poverty? I'll protect you. I'll give this to you. We're the government. Oh, you're feeling this way? God will save you. Take this book, right? That's their in. Their in is your down. Their up is your down. Every down that you have, they use as an up, as an advantage for them to kind of pull you in. And you can't tell that you're being pulled in because they do it in such an incremental way. There's an analogy for this, which is the boiled frog. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but if you put a frog into boiling water, this is an experiment that's been done. There's actually a whole Wikipedia page about this, which is pretty crazy. If you put a frog into boiled water, stay with me, I swear I'm going somewhere with this, and you slowly increase the temperature, slowly increase it over time, the frog dies and cannot tell that they're suffocating in the water. So when you have a circumstance where you can't tell that you're being controlled, this is also called mental slavery, and it goes by many other terms, by the way, then you're more likely to bond with the captor, Stockholm Syndrome. You're more likely to do what they say. You're more likely to give your money. You're more likely to fall into these habits. And then since you're already invested, by the time you understand it, because you're surrounded by all these other people who believe it, you can't get yourself out of it. So I'm what our society would call an anarchist for suggesting that we are born free and that all this paperwork and all these titles are made up. And so I'm considered an outsider. I'm considered somebody who's crazy, radical, chaotic, even though I want peaceful interaction. I never call for anything, chaotic in any means. I want people to live voluntarily and by consent. I want people to live realistically, treat each other as human beings. As simple as that is, for most people it's inconceivable, and that's actually chaos simply because I'm proposing that we naturally are free, and simply because it goes against the belief system that they were programmed into in the schooling system. That schooling system taught them Stockholm Syndrome. That schooling system taught them to be the frog in the boiling water. It taught them to suppress themselves in their own conscience, to say that the law is morality, when in reality, if I ask you the question, if a law went against your own morality, would you obey the law, would you obey your own conscience? I think I have to leave you with some silence on that, because how many people have asked you that question? I guarantee you, in this chat, and probably worldwide, across all live streams on TikTok right now, not a single person has ever asked that question. I mean, think about that. It's such a simple question. And if you asked that question and you applied it to World War II, and you said you were a soldier who had to bring people to the camps or whatever, right? Would you do it because the law says so? Or would you be the one or the few that has the courage enough to say no? And so we blame certain figures in history. But are they the problem? Or is it us? The ones who give them power, the ones that believe in them. They're one person. They're few people. And we talk about them as if they're celebrities. Like literally. We worship them. I mean, people worship presidents. They worship these people that are put on the main stage. To me, that's a huge problem. Because what they're doing is not human. They're not treating each other as human beings. They're treating each other based on identities and programs that they created themselves in their own mind and is reinforced by their peers through the schooling system and through culture and through religions, which all propagate this idea that man has the right to rule over their fellow man, and that man has the right to take another person's labor, even though it's their own property. So basic. Everyone here can probably agree that it's wrong to harm someone, it's wrong to steal from someone. But it's perfectly okay if a government does it. It's perfectly okay if a certain cult does it, because it's justified under the name of ideology. It's justified under the name of the greater good. It's justified for the greater good of humankind and civilization, and without it. So we use the without as a justification to do it. That doesn't make it true. And so these are just ideas to get you thinking. I'm not here to, force you or get you to believe anything. I don't really have an agenda. My agenda is for you to see the natural reality that you were programmed out of since your birth. They have you sign a bunch of certificates. They have you join countries that you were never a part of at your birth. If you want to say God or nature, go ahead. Doesn't matter what you call it to me. It's just your natural reality. It's just who you are. And how long will it take for humanity to recognize their own humanity, to recognize the humanity of other people? And again, this is going to sound like some humanitarian, liberal, blah, 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 because people have these titles, they throw these identities, because they don't want to see this bigger picture of it's all just made up. These are the terms to use to control you, right? And it's crazy how you can't even use the word liberal, even though it just means freedom. You can't use the word conservative, even though it means like you just want to hold on to certain traditional values. You can't use any word nowadays without it being somewhat used against you or somehow grouping you up with somebody else. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, why can't we just live our lives peacefully, not harming anybody else? And you say, well, that's utopian and you can't live a world like that. Well, here's the thing. We have to encourage and empower, inspire people. You think coercion is going to fix that? Government is based on coercion. It's not based on teaching people, how to become better people and empowering them, right? So we got some interesting comments here. I appreciate you guys joining here in the chat. Like I said, I don't want to be too serious either. I like to have fun with these ideas. And really, if you have fun with these ideas, you won't be attached and you probably won't attack me. The people who are going to go in the chat right now, who might attack me and say, you're wrong, you're crazy, those people are attached. They have their mind figured out already. They're stuck in what I call the matrix, right? And so I don't want you to believe me. I don't want you to agree with me. I don't want you to, follow me. If you follow, great, awesome, But I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for people who want to make a better world. And it's not that we even have to make a better world. See, it's the language you have to observe here. Because by observing the language, you understand people's psychology here. People are not necessarily naturally bad or naturally good or this or that. It's really comfortable and easy to put ourselves in these categories, and quite convenient for people in charge to then use those categories to push for certain agendas through divide and conquer, or Hegelian dialectic, which is thesis, synthesis, antithesis, and then synthesis. And if you know about that, but I don't want to be all, sound fancy. I'm not trying to sound smart either, The point is that can we live in a world where we do respect each other peacefully, consensually, voluntarily, and where harm or, extreme acts are limited or at least not as manifest? And that, I believe, takes place when we escape this biggest cult that we call government. In the cults, if we understand simply cult psychology, which we aren't taught about, if we grow food, which we aren't taught about, if we understand these things that are universal and timeless, then we will really evolve humankind to the next destiny. You guys might be familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? How many guys are you guys familiar with that, right? You have at the base of the pyramid, basic physiology, right? You have your base needs, your desires, food, water, all the things that you think people should have in the 21st century, right? With knowledge at our fingertips, with all this technology. Like, it's amazing the fact that right now I'm talking to you guys through this screen. Like, to even conceive of that is amazing. Now, some people, by the way, will not even conceive of that, so they take this as reality. That's psychosis, not knowing what is real versus what is not. And we're moving into that world very steadily, which is why I want you to be conscious of the fact that you are, in fact, on the screen, and that I could be AI, although I'm not. Although AI will probably tell you that they're not, so that way they can get you to watch. See, that's how it works. That's what cults do. Cults trick you, they trap you. They say, well, I'm not this or I am this, but in reality they're not, or they're using that as a projection for something they want to be, and then eventually they create that, and then they say, oh, look, well, there's proof it works. Cults operate so effectively that you cannot tell that you're in one, and I'm going to be repeating that over and over again here because we have over 80 people now on TikTok, and and I'm not looking for a following. I'm not looking to gain your money or anything like that. I want to share this message because not many people will talk about this. And I guarantee, again, how many people on TikTok are sharing this message? I don't think they are. The idea that you own yourself, or that you should never suppress your conscience. You should always do what is right. You should never follow the orders of somebody just because they have a certain title, a certain outfit, just because it's written on a fancy piece of paper. This is called superstition, and this is also called euphemism. We change the definitions of words to fit our agenda. Cults make their own words all the time, so that way you don't think it's something, or you think it's something special. So in government, we do this all the time. It's taxation, it's a tariff, it's this or that. In reality, it's taking people's own property away from them, right? And thank you guys in the chat. You guys are sharing a lot of really cool things. Again, this is a conversation. I don't claim to know it all. I just want to get people's minds expanding. And simply by having this conversation, we expand consciousness. We expand, human potential. And that is what, if anything, the purpose of AI and technology is, in my view. That is the purpose. I mean, are we going to use this to degrade humanity, to fall more into base desires? I mean, the top websites in the world are not the greatest, most moral websites, right? And people online are often spewing things to push for certain agendas, and they're playing on your desires. You got to buy this, you got to do this, you got to... So we can very easily fall down to the lower emotions, the lower chakras, the lower states of consciousness, like David Hawkins says, in the scales of consciousness. Or we can choose... You can say with our will or with our power in our, in our ability, whatever you want to call it, to watch something, to read something that empowers us. But again, negative press gets more attention. Like someone just said in the chat, fear marketing. That's right, fear. You know what fear? There's a good abbreviation for it. False evidence appearing real, right? So people have a perception of reality. And that perception sometimes gets in the way of reality. And again, I'm not claiming to know what reality is. We've come to understand that over time with each other when we have these conversations. That's why I'm having it. That's how we escape the matrix. I'm not claiming I'm going to be the one to help you escape it, because you have to escape it yourself. Only you in control of your own mind. Only you have your own body as your own home. And so taking that into our own hands, because literally it's the only hands we got. We can't have other people's hands. Means self-ownership. It's very basic, very fundamental. What I'm sharing here should be relatively, as far as I'm concerned, agreeable to everybody. Grow food, take care of the earth, take care of each other, your families, etc. Right? And some of you guys probably think I'm crazy because I have the long hair. Sometimes I'll probably sound like a little bit of a hippie. And that's fine. You can make fun of me all you want. But I appreciate all of you. Let's have for a moment, just some affirmation. I appreciate you guys. I'm sharing a lot of things that are very alarming. Some people are going to click off. Some people are going to be like, this is too much. What are you talking about? Government is a cult. All these things are control systems. And some of you guys may agree. Some of you guys may not. But I love and respect all of you. And there's a reason why. It's because I understand where you come from. And I may not know who you are. But we all are at different places at different times. And I can understand if you disagree with me, probably because you are thinking on your own right now and you're like, this guy's crazy. And so I can understand why you would say that, because our world, again, traps you into these boxes. It's like, if he says one thing, he must think this. Oh, he doesn't like government, so he must be an anarchist. He must be crazy, right? So I can understand that if you're saying that. Now, I do hope that you have an open mind to what I have to share with you. But someone just said, just got here, are you an ex-cult member or a current cult member? Well, see, this is the question we all must ask ourselves. This isn't a question for me. What I said that makes cults the most dangerous is that you cannot tell that you're in one. So if I say I'm not a cult member, how do I really know? See, this is the precise trick in our world. We think that we're free. We think that we gave consent to the government. We think that they're there to protect our rights. We think that America, for instance, was instituted for a limited government. But what has history shown? History has shown that there were governments that lasted for nearly 1,000 years, like ones in China. Amazing. And America's not even 300 years old, and they think they're the best country on earth. History shows us that people worship Caesar as though he was this god among men who can save us from all the world's ills. And then when he was assassinated by his best friends who said that, he was corrupt, people mourned. People were in tears. When these leaders of these tyrannical countries died, people were in tears. They mourned. They viewed them as gods. And they had such an emotional attachment to these people as if they were part of their family. And that's what cults do. They give you an extended family, especially if you don't have a family of your own. They say, you belong here. So what I'm doing here, when I say I love you guys, it's because I want you to understand the psychology, so that way you're not manipulated by anybody, including me. I don't want you to follow me. I don't want to manipulate you. And the only way I can get you to not be manipulated is for you to understand the psychology yourself. Because you will manipulate yourself into a cult. It's not me who does it. It's not the leader who does it. It's you yourself. Through your vulnerabilities, through your insecurities, through your fears, that they then opportunize on. They're not these master psychologists, these master elites. These are people just like you and I who found a good opportunity to take that opportunity. It's sort of like a market and capitalize on it, right? And again, just because I use the word capitalize doesn't mean capitalism, evil, this bad, that bad. I'm not trying to generalize here. I'm not trying to, boogeyman and say all the buzzwords. This is what it is. So can you name your source for people crying over Caesar dying? Historically, he wasn't actually liked. Well, there's many historical documentaries. In fact, I actually show them in a documentary I produced called Cult World, which is free on YouTube, where I go over the cults of the world. But, I think having a conversation like this is more human. We get to talk about it. And if you guys disagree, we can, talk more about it. So I'm not just showing it. But, yeah, there are documentaries. And in that documentary, there's a part that shows, people were mourning. But to say that nobody was, this is an empire that expanded across the whole world. How would it have so much influence across the world if not anybody was invested into it emotionally to some extent, right? There had to be a lot of investment into this empire if it spanned that much across the world. And so, yes, your fears are played on, all your emotions, but it's not just your fear, it's love. It's these emotions all relate to each other. All these cults, they all support or interact with each other. So that's why you can't have the religions challenge the governments. They have to either work with it or they work against it, and they have to make a choice. And back in the 1800s, when the churches were pro-slavery, the abolitionists came and said, well, the churches should be anti-slavery. And then once that changed, everything changed, right? Because now you have this big, powerful institution, the church, challenging this other big, powerful institution, the government. And so if we want to change things in this world, we do have to change the culture, which changes the current institutions. And one thing I suggest, one thing I shared before, was growing food. So if every church, every prison, every school, every park grew food instead of lawns, that can create a big shift. That's just one action. And of course, civil disobedience in any form is the action. Saying no to immorality or saying no to an action that shouldn't be done. And how do we know that? By inspiring, empowering people with solutions that are right there, obvious in front of us, that we cannot disagree with. Can anybody here disagree with growing food? Anybody? I'm looking in the chat. Anybody here? The government doesn't have to care about your emotions as long as base desires are met. Yeah, so, it's about really just, and it's crazy, it's very insidious, and now that I've toned down the language, less people are watching. People want extreme things. The internet is looking for controversy. They're looking for the next best thing that rises to the surface, right? So those of you who stick around, or those of you who are the true truth seekers, those of you who really want to understand more about our world. But the people who fall out are the people who, They can't tolerate what they hear, or they're just ready to get distracted by something else. And so I appreciate you guys for being here, because the true ones show over time. But bear in mind, disclaimer, a cult expert can say that to gain your trust, to get your following. So everything I say can be used against me or used against someone else if they don't have the right intentions. I can say my intentions are true, but you can only take my word on it. So I can tell you, like, hey, I'm not in this for money. I'm in it to better the world, but you can only trust me on that. You can't know for a fact, because you're not me and you don't know me and all that. I mean, that's why the internet is so deceiving, especially. And by the way, all the cult experts are talking about how the internet is like the perfect breeding ground for cults, because they can basically recruit people without knocking on doors, without anything of that. And now the algorithm is basically the ultimate, cult leader, because anything that you want, it traps you down like a certain echo chamber. So you watch one video and then you're recommended like 1,000 other videos of the same type, and now you're only being exposed to a certain amount of information. And now you don't see all this other information because it's not in your periphery anymore. It's not in your view. So you basically put yourself into a cult just through the algorithms that you use on social media. But yes, the government is the biggest one, and that's the one that's the most controversial, and that's the one that's probably going to drive down the views on this, because it's a very dangerous one, and it's one that I don't think the social media platforms will ever want to really get big, unfortunately. And that's just how it goes. I wish that wasn't the case. I really do. But that's the world we live in, and it's evident, especially with recent events in history, as many people have challenged things and they've become sort of kicked off, if you will. And I don't want to be, controversial. I don't want to say things that gets me in trouble on these platforms, but I also want to be myself. And I think I can respect the platform. Thank you, TikTok, for allowing me to speak this and to share. Because everybody is in a cult one way or another, or they have toxic family relationships, or they have a trouble perceiving the world around them or themselves, and these are all related. And so me actually sharing this is actually like all in one. You get health advice, you get psychology advice, you get how to fix the world advice just by having the conversation. Because again, in school they don't teach you basic psychology like cult psychology. And I'm not claiming to be an expert on this, although I made a documentary on it. It's just that I'm sure the experts themselves would say, as they do, that people should be taught this and that this should be more mainstream. So I'm just bringing it to more people. I'm making it to light. But it's not just a cult, it's a gang. It's a mafia. It goes by many terms, right? I said toxic relationship. I said addiction, right? I said trauma. These are all forms of traps in your life that are often very difficult to get out of, that usually you got into because of good intentions. And so that means mostly good people who want good things end up with something that they don't want. And you have to ask yourself, why is that? And that usually relies on two things in particular: a lack of knowledge and a lack of consent. Explicit consent and knowledge, that is, really understanding the situation you're in, who you're interacting with, what you're watching, etc. And see, nowadays, especially if you're into psychology, every symbol that you see can affect your subconscious. It can affect how you feel about yourself and what you're going to buy. If, like, McDonald's didn't spend billions of dollars in advertising, maybe people wouldn't be going to McDonald's. And people say that the advertising doesn't affect them. Like, oh yeah, I see an ad all the time for this or that. It doesn't affect me. But then how come these companies spend like billions of dollars on advertising if it wasn't effective? They just throw money around for no reason? No, it's because when they see that symbol over and over again, and when they see the sun as the logo for a gas company, like you see many arcways for credit card companies as well. It's like the sun, a glow behind it. When you see the sun behind Jesus, and you see a sun behind the president when they're speaking, and certain camera angles, These are all tricks that are known psychological tricks to get people to buy or do or say certain things. I mean, it's all documented. You can look it up yourself. And again, you don't have to agree with me, but this is mainstream. And people have been talking about this for decades on end. But the biggest problem is that even the cult experts themselves will not question the cults that they are in, which includes these institutions of academia, of government, etc. So I am the cult exposer of cult exposers. I'm the ultimate cult exposer, which means I can be the ultimate cult leader if I'm not careful. And that's the crazy thing to say, but that's because if you understand all of them well enough, then you can create one that's more powerful than all of them. And that's why if you actually look at some of the cult leaders throughout history, some of them in their youth were obsessed with manipulators, or they were in toxic relationships and they were reading all these books and they were into really weird stuff, So just putting that out there for people out there. And who knows who's watching? Someone who might not have the best intentions, but I can't, I'm not in control of that. And everybody's got their own path here. And so I can only focus on, what I can do to better my own life and make sure I'm on the right track in regards to what I see to be true, and not get attached. Because the minute I get attached and I start saying this is the way, this is the world. Let's say, okay, let's give it a good example, right? Let's say I say all this stuff about cults and I become a huge influencer online, which I don't really want to be, but great. If I do, awesome to share these ideas. All right. And I have like hundreds of thousands of followers and all these people believe in me because of all the things I said for most of my career, most of the influences, right? So let's say, later on in that career, I'm offered an amazing brand deal. Company comes up to me with like $1 billion. They're like, well, we want you to push this, right? Or maybe I flip the switch and I say, well, you know what? I'm going to become Christian or this or that. And, whatever it is, I don't care what it is. And you could be whatever, following me, I don't care, right? But let's say, I fall down a certain rabbit hole and I believe now this is the truth. I want to promote this to the world. This has become like my faith in the world, right? This is the one thing I want to share for all of humankind. Now, I can do that, and there's nothing wrong with doing that as long as I'm doing so in a way that isn't toxic, where it's like, this is the truth and every other truth is not real, and if you think this, it's bad, and this is what's going to happen to you, right? So I could do it in a non-toxic way, or I could flip the switch, and because I flip the switch, and because I have all those years of people trusting me, they're more likely to trust something that I did because of all those years of programming, essentially. That was programming. Even if it was teaching you to leave other cults, because I taught you how to leave other cults, it can justify the fact that you join mine. And that's what every cult does too. They always compare to other people, to other things. So in America, we're the best country on earth because China bad, Israel bad, that's bad. Therefore, America is the best and should not be challenged, right? This goes on in our psychology. Oh, government is necessary because without which it would be chaos and anarchy, etc. That's another program. And you may believe that. You may strongly believe that because you were taught that through the Prussian model of schooling and all this stuff, right? And people repeating it in culture. But have you ever genuinely tell me, have you ever actually sat and questioned that? Have you ever said, is that really true? Have you actually read any books from people who disagree with that? And if you tell me you haven't, then it's like, you might be in one. You might be in a cult, especially if it's promoting coercion. Well, what does every government do? Every law is backed by violence, and that's, so if you believe that and you haven't explored the other view, that could be quite dangerous, especially if you think your country is the best and you can justify going overseas and hurting people across the world that you don't know, that you worship Trump or Biden or any of these people as though they're godlike because they're, saving the world or saving some countries that are of a certain mindset. We can say there's a transition to that better world, but it's like this quote I shared before in my live stream. Buddha is attributed to the Buddha, but you have to start and then go all the way with the truth. if you don't start, then you never really can grasp onto it, right? And if you don't go all the way, then you're not really grasping onto it. So, like that is the truth. It doesn't wait on anybody, and it's hard, it's cold, right? And it hits you in the face. Like if you're not in love with somebody, or if you're not, if a food is not really for you, you start to learn over time, and eventually it builds up, and you get cancer, you have these diseases. It's like nature and life is giving you lessons and is giving you warnings. You often ignore those warnings, but over time, you eventually learn the lesson, right? And you can call that karma, you can call that natural law or consequentialism or whatever you want to call it. But the point is that it's all a learning process. Life is about learning. And sometimes we learn those lessons through awareness and other times through experience and we get hurt. It's unfortunate because I don't want people to get hurt. I don't want people to get hurt. I want to minimize the harm as much as possible, which is why, precisely why, I'm a voluntarist, which is the only title that I'll use because I don't use titles, which means I want a voluntary world, which is a world without government by definition, but, you know, for people who think that's extreme, you know, my question is, have you explored it? There's a great book called The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose. And if you're into reading or you listen to audiobooks, it's a fantastic one that goes into the psychology of the belief system of authority. And if there's a great psychology experiment called the Stanley Milgram experiment, where they took average people and they saw what they would do to their fellow man, and they were surprised to see like 90% obedient rate. These cool things popping up in my head, and so it was amazed to see that people would do immoral actions just because someone told them to do so. And by the way, we have a cop in the chat. I respect you. You know, I respect everybody here, regardless of who they are. But, you know, you're just like a human being like everyone else. You have the same rights. And so it's not the costume or, you know, whatever that gives you more rights than anyone else. You know, we're all free here. We have a great conversation. Yeah, what do you think about what I'm sharing so far, Mr. Scott? Glad to have you here. And yeah, you see, I'm open to that. And I have nothing against people who want to protect others, who want to do good in the world. Someone asked what the book is called. I'll put it in the chat for you guys. Most Dangerous Superstition. I think it's a really good read for people who are new to these ideas. But you know, there's a lot out there that we aren't taught, and you know, growing food, as basic as that is, you'd think we'd learn that, especially in the 21st century with all this technology and stuff. Crazy. Scott, so what, you're thinking I can like bring you on the stream or something? I think there's a way I can do that. Open your lines so I can call you. That might be interesting. I know I didn't read a lot of comments here, so I'm sorry, you guys, if I'm catching up. But it was really cool to see some momentum here in the chat and to also share these perspectives. And thank you for everybody having an open mind to what I have to share. I really appreciate that. Yeah, desires, basic necessities. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Y'all probably don't like him because he hasn't said Trump 15 times per minute. Yeah, people like buzzwords. They like to hear what they want to hear, right? That's a lot of people, and I don't want to generalize either. I mean, there's many people who come from various worldviews and stuff, but yeah, okay. Let's see if I can open my line here. And for the record, it is very late where I am. I did not expect the stream to go this late, but Scott, I'll finish the stream with you. How do I do this? Anybody use TikTok before? You guys know how to do this? Could I invite you? Scott, here we go. I invited you. I have no clue how this works. I might have to put on my headset for this, I'll be honest. Oh boy, that might be difficult, dude.
I think you.
All right, everybody on YouTube,
did it, brother. I think you
go
got
to my
it.
TikTok.
Can you hear me? So I'm in Utah. I don't know where you're at, but what state are you in? All right, good to meet you too. And I think you're kind of anti-government, probably. And I'm a police officer, so you know we can agree to disagree, but we can also be friends as we talk. I'd like to hear more about why you disagree with the government and the things you don't like about the government, basically. And when you start that, just know that I'm not a huge fan of the government either, so I'm probably more on your side than you would believe, but I'd like to hear your perspective, yeah. Well, I'm listening to you, brother. Like I got you. Go ahead. so I can so I can I love your argument. Everything you just said is well researched. You're obviously very well read, and I appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to study and learn what you're talking about. So you're not coming from a place of lack of knowledge, right? Um, yeah. So I've been a police, yeah, but no, and I don't either. I don't either. And as a police officer, I will promise you, I have the most humility, and I also don't want to use authority on anybody, right? Like it's not what I'm trying to do over here, right? But I can throw kind of a linchpin into your argument just for fun, just to just for just to talk about it, right? So I've been a cop for 17 years. I've been a narcotics cop. I've been everything, right? I've never taken anyone to jail that, in my opinion, didn't deserve to go to jail, right? Everybody that has like small infractions on the law lets you slide. Like I'll be like, you go home tonight. Like I'm not worried about you, right? But the man that beats his wife, the Sinaloan cartel that's moving 100 pounds of methamphetamine from Texas to Utah, like you guys got to go to jail. I'm sorry, like there's got to be civil law in this society where there is a line at some point. Yeah, it's a moral line, right? Like, and if it was your mother or your aunt or anybody on your live here that if their mom or some woman got beat up, then the police have to come there for that. Like we have to be there for that to protect them, you know. And I think the reason people hate police, the reason that they don't like us, is because there's police officers that take people to jail for like dumb shit. Like they take people to jail for like really dumbass shit, like a joint in a car, yeah, like whatever you're doing. That's like minor, like just nothing going
Right.
on. Like you don't gotta go to jail for that, you
Yeah.
know. But you gotta understand, like they don't hire cops are like construction workers, basically. Like they
Hmm.
don't ask us for degrees. Like we're not like scientists. We're not
Hmm.
like there's a lot of guys working these jobs that are basically like the same guy that would be like landscaping your yard
That's
would
right.
be like a cop, you know. And some of them haven't read enough books. They
Hmm.
haven't, gone into the philosophy. And I have. I mean, I have
Hmm.
a bachelor degree from San Diego State, and then for the last 17 years, I've read a ton. Like, I mean, we're talking about Russian philosophers earlier, right?
Yeah, some. I mean, they're worldwide. Most of the people I reference are here in America. Actually, only 200 years ago.
But
They
they're all
usually kept out
great.
of the history books.
But they're all great references,
Yeah.
like Tolstoy. Like,
Oh
I
yes,
mean, there's
yes,
some things in there that is insane, like
yes.
great, and they'll whip you down on history to where like this isn't the first time we've been around this merry-go-round. Like this
That's
has
right.
been going around forever.
Hmm.
So my only my only ask in your live here, and I
Hmm.
hope I'm not impeding or anything, but
That's okay.
um, I think good cops are out there to help people, but I
Hmm.
think there is also a bunch of bad cops out there too, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. So
And
I
in
don't judge
17 years
people.
of this profession, I've seen good ones, I've seen bad ones, you know.
Well, I think we should get specific, right? There are good and bad actions. Would you ever say a person by themselves are good or bad people? I would say there's good and bad actions, right? Or good and bad ideas, maybe. But I mean, actions are very specific. They're very, you can see the consequences to what
Yeah,
happens.
I was gonna break it down one further. Like
Yeah.
you said, good or bad actions, but there's also good or bad thoughts. Like you could have a
Hmm.
bad thought
Hmm.
that you don't act on, but it's still bad, you know,
Hmm.
which you can go down that rabbit hole forever, you
Right,
know.
right. Yeah, so I mean, I like to. So again, there are many people. See, this is the part of the idea of the illusion I'm talking about. It's a superstition that is also detailed as statism. This idea of the government as being like some sort of entity. It's like draw the government. It's like, well, what is it? Like, if you really ask, there's actually a great animation on YouTube where an alien comes down to Earth and he's asking, what is government? And he's trying to like generally try to understand like what the system is. And the person has a
Right.
hard time describing it because it's like, well, it's a bunch of people, it's a bunch of buildings, but like, what is it? And it sounds like a god to some sense that many people worship. But at the end of the day, it's just people. So that's what's interesting about this, right? And I think what concerns a lot of people is the idea that cops can act as though they have more rights than others. But what I'm concerned about is the fact that people believe that certain people have more rights than others, like as a sort of legitimate fact, that people are basically have the right to rule. And I often ask, where does that right come from, right? So it's more so the illusions that we have that concern me. I agree. We defend ourselves, and there's private police and there's private security, and people will always, want that type of service. But how should it be done is the question, right? And if we are doing it where we're centralizing that system and it's one system and it's created by a bunch of politicians where you have to do everything they say, and you have to uphold the law, which may include immoral actions, although it may include some moral actions, then by definition, you're not entirely moral. Like as a cop, a cop by definition is immoral if you're upholding
True.
anything immoral. But that's why I want to get specific and say, well, it's the actions, right? So are you doing an immoral action or a moral action? But that's where it gets tricky, because if you are in a position that enables you to do an immoral action and to get away with it, then we're talking about wrong action that grows, which is the same exact justification that cops will use against those who they go against. And again, this is cult psychology. You need me to protect you against yourself or against other people, when there's other ways you can do it, or you can do it yourself. It's a disempowering mentality if you break it down. But hey, you as a cop, like, you're not doing anything wrong if you understand the actions you're taking. Like, if within your 17 years, maybe you did some things you regret, and everybody does things they regret, and that's understandable, and you're human, and you're going to make mistakes, right? But just understand, and this is something I talk about with cops, and I go on the street and I go live streams and I talk to them in the street. I say, you're still a human being. If the law went against your morality, would you obey the law, or would you obey your conscience? So that's my question for you. Is if there ever came a time where you did have to do something that was immoral, would you stand on your conscience, or would you disobey the law? Now, if you don't want to share that through the internet, you don't have to, but it's also
No,
a sign
I'll
that,
share it with you. I'll
okay,
share it with you easily,
sure.
you know. Um, 17 years on this job. Um, I've been moral throughout. I have absolutely held my ground, and I've actually had people criticize me
Hmm.
for being too lenient on the public. They're like, "Oh, Scotty, you let everybody go." Like, and the thing is I do let a lot of people go because I'm like, I was a kid when I was 16. I had a joint in my car when I was 16 years old,
Hmm.
you know? And it's like, if it's just some weed, if it's just this, if it's just a little thing, like, hey, man, and
Like,
I'll
so
I'll
like
talk with
victimless
them and be like,
crimes.
the
Victimless.
victim of his crimes.
Right.
They're like nobody got hurt,
But let's say
right?
your police department orders you to do something. Like, let's say someone's growing a plant, in their house, and they believe they're doing it for medicinal purposes, and it's for their own body, which
They
is their own
slide, they
property.
slide. They're good. I was a narcotics, so
You've never been put in
and
a
I'll give it.
situation where you've had to enforce a victimless crime?
I'll give you my exact department and everything, just so you know I'm true.
Wow. Well, that's
You
cool.
know, yeah. So I live in Utah. I live in Layton City, Utah, which is like a little bit north of Salt Lake City. I live in Davis County. Um, I was a Davis County narcotics strike force officer for
Mm.
8 years. Of my 17, I was a narcotics cop,
Mm.
right? My thing with drugs is like my whole family smokes weed. Everybody I know smokes
Yeah.
weed. My mother, my father, they smoke weed in Colorado. Um, my wife's parents smoke
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
weed.
just talking about weed either. Like here in Florida, it's illegal to drink raw milk. It's only for pet consumption. In Pennsylvania, you can't collect rainwater, and
Right.
you also
Yeah.
But what about licenses and permits? So let's say you see someone selling lemonade on Capitol grounds, right? So there was a movement called Liberation Lemonade, and I thought it was funny because of how simple it was. And all they did was sell
Yeah.
lemonade, and they got the cops called to them, and some of the cops were just saying, "I'm just doing my job." So now put yourself into their shoes. What would you do? Would you go against your other colleagues in the police force and say
100%. I
you
let
would?
them slide every time. Every time.
But wouldn't that get you
And
fired, or would you have any issues within your?
I've gotten into problems with that. I've gotten into problems with letting people go for a lot of things.
Hmm.
My line is like I have a certain line,
Hmm.
and it's you know if somebody hurts another person, like
Hmm.
if a man hits a woman, yeah, I'm gonna take you to jail. Like I'm sorry, like uh,
Right.
it's not my job
That's
to
not
like
victimless.
lord over people, but if you hit a woman, like you're going to jail. I'm sorry, like every time,
Right. And
right?
unfortunately, I know the jail conversation is totally separate, but it doesn't always make people better. I'm not putting that on you. It's more, there's
Yeah,
a lot of systems that play. It's also medication and a bunch of other things that happen.
for sure.
So it's like, I know people generalize and they say, get rid of the police and this or that. Like, I'm not saying anything like that, but technically, I mean, in a way I am, but in a way that is understanding, hopefully that you would understand. I want it to be voluntary. I want there to be decentralized police. So for instance, I guess another question for you would be like, do you need an outfit to enforce morality? Do you need to be in a certain
No,
thing? Right.
no,
Okay.
no.
So like everyday people can defend someone who's being harmed?
I believe that 100%.
Awesome.
Like you seem like you could, like if you saw a woman getting hurt on the side of the street, I feel like you could walk over there and protect her and be like, "Yep, I'll
Hmm.
make sure you're okay now," and however that goes.
Hmm. Yeah.
But I'm with you. Like, I don't like government.
Well, then you want a voluntary system, man. I mean, you answered the two questions right there. You don't need a badge and a
Yeah,
uniform to enforce morality. And if the law goes against your conscience, you follow your conscience. So therefore, you want people who, can defend people's rights. And maybe, there's many different agencies and groups that can do that. Or people just generally learn about self-responsibility and the importance of
right,
self-defense. And,
right. And I'm not trying to like dominate your life here. Like, I want you to be able
mhm,
to talk to these other people because you got a good message, man. Like, what you're saying, I believe is correct.
mm,
Like, I was intrigued, like when I scrolled onto your situation here.
yeah.
I listened to you for 15 minutes before I was like, "Yo, call me."
Mm,
But I will just say, like, I think you're smart. I think what you're saying is correct. Like, I'm not a fan of the government. I wish the government would get out of people's lives. I
mhm,
wish, like I'm for all that.
mm,
I do believe there's a place. like there's a spot though where
Hmm.
like there's a reason like people call 911, right?
Yes, of
Like there's
course,
a
absolutely.
reason like there's like an emergency line,
And you should.
right?
And if it was decentralized, I believe the police would be there quicker. People would be more vigilant. People would pay more
Yeah.
attention to their
And I
environment.
think the cops should just be for that. Like,
Yeah.
just like, hey, there's something critical going down here. We need your help. You
Hmm.
know, I did CPR on a dog 2 days ago. Like, I literally pulled
Right.
a dog out of a camper and was like trying to, like, I don't know how you do CPR on a dog, but like you try, right?
Yes.
I was squeezing them from the sides but it's like they call us for all kinds of crazy stuff,
Right. Right.
you know?
Well, see,
And
there's some things that in the language that you speak that I can see. There's different things, right? So, like to touch on, but and I I don't remember all of it. Like my brain could only kind of touch on certain things. Maybe if we go back to it, but that idea that we can protect other people and stuff is absolutely essential in any society. And to say that we need some ruling class millions of miles away with fancy outfits and titles and rituals to protect somebody against harm is crazy, in my view. And
it really no, but I'm with you on
yeah,
that view, though.
but
I agree
understand
with you on
something.
that point.
There is no such thing as what we call the government. It's you, it's us, and if anything, that would be associated more with you because you're the part of the so-called police, right? But there's no such thing
Right.
as the police either. All it is human beings who are either taking immoral actions or moral actions. And there are people who contradict those actions or have hypocrisies, or hypocrisy, sorry, not hypocrisies, talking about medicine, who, not necessarily always standing up for their principles, right? So like I said, they allow immoral behavior, even though they know it's immoral, and they do it anyways. Or they're trapped into a cult that makes them believe that something is moral when in reality it's not. And so I'm all for trying to dispel those illusions, and I thank you for willing to do the same, or even just investigate it. Like I don't. I'm sure there's illusions I follow all the time. I'm sure there's things I don't understand. I'm sure there's things you don't understand. We all are always learning. We're all not perfect, and we make mistakes in our life. But the goal is to always try to do better. And so I appreciate you being on here and being honest to say, hey, I'm willing to share this. I'm willing to share that, and this is something I've long
Yeah.
done. And hopefully that spreads to other people in your group, because I don't know how they feel,
What
but I also know
what was
that
what was
police,
your name, brother?
Corey Angelat,
Corey. Okay.
but also, I hope it spreads to the community as well, as many police, as I am aware of, like they have a lot of relationship problems, and there's a lot of dominance issues that can arise being in that line of work. And I know that line of work can sometimes be very pressuring, and I wish it didn't have to be. So that's why I think
I've had alcohol issues my whole life,
yeah, if we evolved all of the human consciousness, and this might sound a little strange, but if, like Abraham Maslow says, if we evolve human consciousness as a whole to understand self-responsibility and self-defense, cops will become less necessary because the everyday person will become the cop. You see, average people will become the governors, the teachers, the doctors, as they don't need dependence on those systems because they are now self-reliant. So there's this idea of stewardship, which I love, and I'm working with a friend on something called the Stewardship Party, where it's like a political party that's anti-political. It's a whole thing. I can share that in a future live stream. But the idea is to steward the land, to care for the earth, care for the people. And it's not like an environmental thing either. It's just to say, like, this is what it's about. And a lot of us can't disagree, about growing food, feeding people, protecting others. It's these details that they got us in this game. And I'm telling you, it goes back 6,000 years ago, where they justified slavery by calling it protection, by saying they're necessary. And, if you look at the origins of modern day policing, it goes back to the slave patrols too. And a lot of the badges were just shifted. So a lot of these systems, they may not be necessary, although the actions within them may be necessary. And I think so. It's kind of like we mix the messenger with the message, or, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
We sometimes just say all police are bad or all this are bad. Like, I never am the type to say that. I look at human beings. I only look at human beings. I don't look at the police. I don't look at a party. I don't look at a president. I look at people as people. And I think if we did that more as a human civilization, then we'd be operating in reality. And then overall, we wouldn't be worrying about a lot of the problems. There's natural chaos, there's natural problems. That's just the world, that's just reality. And, we would be operating off of that. So people may call me utopian for suggesting that, which is the ironic part, because I'm literally just saying that we're all human beings. So that's what's crazy.
It's a pretty awesome message. And I hope your message reaches more people. Like, I hope you get 10 million followers, because what you're saying is correct, in my opinion.
Well, I respect you, man. I mean, listen, not just because you're agreeing with me, but because you're very respectful in this conversation too. So thank you for having us.
I've gone back. You said 6,000 years ago, but I've read the Jewish texts, the Old Testament, the New Testament. My grandma's from Selma, Alabama, right? She's 101 years old. She's still alive.
Wow.
Which is wild.
That's amazing.
Right? But she has pictures from her house in Selma, Alabama, where there's literal slaves on a porch. Right?
Wow.
Which is tough. It's like, I don't want to know that like my family like owned a slave, but I don't know if they owned them or if they were just like, how, I have no idea.
Yeah.
All I know is human life is so precious that nobody can own another person. I know that.
Right.
Know. But I'm my age. I live in Utah now, and like I've never done any of that shit. But it's kind of violent, like when you think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy what we put up with through the centuries, and we don't realize that we're doing it. That's the dangerous thing.
Sorry for like the past or whatever.
No, yeah, you can't do that, especially if you didn't live in that time. I know people are like tearing down monuments, all that stuff, and you can't undo the past. I mean, if anything, it's a learning.
I didn't do any of that, right? Like, yeah. I didn't do any of that stuff.
Well, think about it, right? I mean, how many movies and TV shows have cops and police in it? And I think it'll be like anything else. And what I'm saying, I think, is inevitable for people and their conscience to get to, just like how we ended slavery, where it was once so ingrained in the culture that no one could believe any world without it, that, there'll be a time where people can say, yeah, there was this institution that we had that was called police, but now it's, it's people who are police in a different way. And there's still police, but we might call it something like militia or,
Not like an interrogation, but you mind if I ask you a couple questions in a series? Would you be okay with that?
I'm sorry, manufacturer, what was it?
So it's not like a police interrogation, but I'm going to ask you like a couple questions in a series.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there'll be many methods, and they'll actually compete in a market of ideas of like which one would actually work better. Because right now you have a centralized police.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions like in a row, and just roll with me. You ready?
Oh, okay. You're actually going to interrogate? Go ahead, sure.
Well, I don't mean to interrogate you, but I'm just going to ask you a couple questions.
Sure. And I'm going to I'll be honest, sorry for everybody watching, but I'll probably end soon because it is really late where I am. But I like doing this, so it was good time and good conversation. So go ahead.
So you're in California or
Florida.
Oh, no, you said that earlier.
Yes.
So you're in Florida. Okay. Yeah, so it's way late there.
Yeah.
It's 4:46 in the morning out there.
Don't remind me.
Yeah. Okay. Second question. What's your degree in? Do you have a degree from a college or a...
No. I'm an integrative nutrition health coach, but I'm mostly self-taught. Have cyber school, and the whole schooling history goes back to the Prussian model of education. I'm not a huge fan of academia. Most billionaires did not go to college. Even Mr. Beast, the biggest YouTuber in the world, made videos about it in his early time. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. I had options. I wanted to become a doctor, and I was very passionate about medicine. That's what kind of got me into everything when I was 13. So I have a whole journey behind that. When I was 13, I was researching ingredients in the grocery store, which led me onto this journey of trying to question everything in the world. So that, led me to philosophy, psychology, then even writing books which was interesting because I didn't like to read or write in school. But because I was reading and writing things I was passionate about and I was journaling, it eventually got me into that. So, that's just shows you the power of what they call nowadays unschooling or, homeschool movement. It's basically grown within like 500% within the past 5 years. There's a reason why everybody's doing it. It's because the current model of schooling isn't working. And so that's just something I wanted to share as to why I did not go that route that far. And I had a very close family, though. Very traditional family, though. True. Yeah.
So I had a traditional educational upbringing. I got a bachelor's degree from San Diego State, right? But I have a 21-year-old son who is now out working in the world. And he said, "Dad, should I go to college?" And I said, "No." I said, "Absolutely do not. It's a money grab. They take your money and they don't teach you anything."
Wow.
They really don't. There's a famous line from a movie with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. And he's like, "I can learn more from this public library card than you ever got from Harvard." And it's true. Like, and you're a testament to it, brother. Like, Corey, like, you are a real testament to this. You've written books. I can tell. I need you to tell me what book you wrote so I can buy it on Amazon.
I appreciate it, man. Well, yeah, I don't like to promote myself too much, but I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I would even give it to you, and if anybody here is from Florida, you're all welcome to be a part of the permaculture food forest movement that's happening here. I feel like we're the food forest capital in the world. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but yeah, Florida is very nice. I originally actually am from Pennsylvania. Most of my life I lived in the mountains, very close to nature. So that kind of created who I am.
What part of Pennsylvania? Because I'm from Buffalo, New York.
So Lehigh Valley, like Pocono Mountains.
So you're like middle state, like, yeah.
No, actually, northeast, like very close to New York. And so, yeah, my dad worked in New York, actually. So electrician, local 3. So he was actually there during 9/11. So that's a whole conversation. Yeah. But
so I'm not great at technology. I'm 47 years old. I get on this TikTok. I'm just down in my basement because my wife's asleep, and
that's funny.
I'm just hollering at people. I love the conversations, but if you can see me, if you can stamp me or do something and just send me a message, then I'll buy your book, brother. I will absolutely buy it, and because I want to see what you got to say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know how I could probably message you on here, maybe from my phone, but because I'm on desktop doing this, but yeah, I do recommend this book. I've recommended it before in the chat, and people were wondering, so I'll put it in the chat for people again, because it kind of delves more into the psychology of what I'm talking about, the most dangerous superstition. And then the book that I wrote, even though I don't like to promote myself, Slavery Gone for Good, Black Book Edition is my updated version of that book. Because, to be honest with you, I didn't learn how to write books in school. And when I found all this hidden information in the libraries, which I didn't have access to unless you were a student or you visited the library and then sent it in microfilm to yourself back to your house, I went through all this work to read like newspapers, from the 1800s, and you have to like zoom in really deep. I didn't cite things properly and all that. So I had to redo the book and expanded it immensely. There's even more information like from the anthropology part that I could expand on, but I think there's other works out there from like David Graeber, Oppenheimer, James C. Scott that have stuff like that. But I don't like to even engage in the academia, although I do want to challenge them. And I do want to propose this idea that government is slavery, because I think there's a great amount of evidence for it. And it would kind of throw a lot of things on its head in regards to justifications that we have. despite that, and I've made like animations on my YouTube channel. I've tried making, different things about this, and I get better and better as I go. Despite that, I like to still have human conversations. I think this is going to happen when people, and the abolitionists called it moral suasion, when the people come together.
We just had one, brother. We just
Yeah.
had you're talking to a police officer right now, and I'm sure you have a lot of people that you deal with in Florida,
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the comments that I was kind of scrolling through these comments,
Sure.
and like in the beginning, there's a lot of hate, and then one of them was, "This just became a beautiful conversation," which it actually was, man. And I just respect your intellect, brother. Like I respect the fact that whatever you've read, whatever books you've read, whatever's made you write, whatever inspired you to write, you became one of the good ones. And I always say this to the best of my friends. Like if you're one of the good ones, then we're all fighting the same fight, man. Like we're all trying to do the same thing. Like we just want the best for humanity. Like we just want the best for the people in the world.
That's right.
And that's what I want. Like even as a cop, like I don't lord over people with like the government behind me or anything. I literally like just try to help them the best I can.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, everybody should, I think, do that. I mean, if we care about our world and what's going on, especially, I think more people will, or at least in my view, should pay more attention to what's going on, especially as we feel it through our health and through the effects of what we're receiving. So I'm actually trying to build a community center from the ground up on 5 acres here in Florida, in the fastest growing city in all of America. So I created a nonprofit and all this stuff, which I didn't learn in school how to do that either. So I'm working on all fronts, both online and in person, to change things as much as I can. And getting in touch with various influencers as well to share this message. So I'm doing my best, and I appreciate you there supporting me and just giving those words of kindness. I really appreciate that.
I absolutely think you're one of the good ones, brother. And I'm gonna stop dominating your online thing here. You're like, I don't know how to turn people onto the phone, but we did it tonight, so it was good.
Well, you're my first guest, and I think that's awesome, man.
Yeah, and I hope you found me some way, somehow. Like, send me a message.
Yeah. My friend Daryl Ernst on YouTube, he said to connect you with Daniel Arnold, so I should connect you with him because he's a cop friend.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. All right.
Just link up, and then for your 5 acres, if I get your message, I'll throw some cash at. I'll throw a couple $100 at you and try to build that community for you.
Wow, dude. Well, that would be crazy. I actually have not gotten any donations from that. It's all been community oriented, like in person, where people are bringing plants and stuff. And that would be amazing. I mean, I think this went pretty well.
Send me your Venmo, brother. Just chat over your Venmo, and I'll throw it down for you.
All right. Yeah. Well, I have you.
Because the one thing about cops is we got pensions, and our financial situation is pretty safe, so we're good.
All right.
So
I got you, man.
Brother Corey.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you go to sleep, man. You do your thing. It was great talking to you. It was fun to meet you tonight.
Yeah. And, thank you.
Hey, keep fighting the good fight, and please send me the name of your book. Because is it on Amazon or
yes,
where
it
can
is.
I buy it?
Yes, it's on Amazon. Yep.
Okay.
I'll be sure to reach out. I have your TikTok there in my browser tab.
You found it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll buy that book, and then I'll probably call you another day with more questions, because after I read your book, I'll be like, well, we got to talk about this one now.
Yeah, sure. I have no problem doing that. I want to open that conversation up. That's my main goal, really, is get people thinking. That's the most I can do. Thank you so much, man. Right. I appreciate it.
Peace up, brother. Hands up to God, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, man.
I'll
talk to you later.
Cool. All right. Awesome. First time doing that. Oh, it looks like we're back. Okay. Well, that was cool. Take the headset off. My goodness. All right. Well, I'm going to be probably heading off soon. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I'm so tempted to stay on here because I didn't expect a lot of you guys to be here. And I just want to say thank you to some of the people here. I'm going to reach out to some of the people who sent roses, which I don't even know what that does. I'll be honest with you. But awesome people, great people. Thank you guys for being here so much. We'll build this community up from the ground up. This is my first live stream. 7,000 likes. It's pretty crazy. Apparently 10,000 puts you in worldwide. Is that true? Like, do you guys... I don't know much about that. That's pretty crazy. Wow. So what happens when you hit 10K? So what happens when you hit all of a sudden 10K? So what happens when all of a sudden 10K? So what happens when all of a sudden 10K? So what happens when all of a sudden 10K? So what happens 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 all Ooh, fixed it. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry. It was probably doubled. I didn't mean to do that. Well, anyways, I appreciate you guys being here. I guess my first technical difficulty. I'm not perfect, but I appreciate everybody here. And like I said, we're gonna build up this community, and we'll figure things out. I'll be even more professional. We'll do this more often. I'll probably actually start using the whiteboard. If we have more people here, we can start doing some visualization with some of the ideas we talk about. But you guys are all wonderful. Great conversations. Open the mind. Always explore new things. Meet people local to you. If you don't know about Freedom Cells, it's a good website where you can meet people who are freedom-minded or want to build, communities with others. There's a lot of resources out there. If you don't know anything, any resources in regards to that, you can reach out. I want to help people during these times as much as I can. For those of you who are curious, since it was mentioned and the guy that was just here, I have a nonprofit called Bigfoot Nature Fellowship. I'm partnered with a guy who's actually a Bigfoot researcher. And we're creating basically a community center where we're growing food together. So I put the website for that, bigfootflorida.com. The goal is to become the main tourist hub for Bigfoot in the nation, if not the world. And Bigfoot is like our fun little mascot, family friendly, but also it's a whole study of its own. And we like to talk about everything. Nothing is off topics, whether it's paranormal, Bigfoot, freedom, homeschooling. I'm open to all of it. So we have plenty more discussions for the future. I do like talking about the cults because people start to understand more of what I'm talking about when I put it in a language that they're more familiar with, right? So you can do that with a lot of various subjects because there's a lot of connection and patterns that happen in our world. Any book suggestions beside The Most Dangerous Superstition? Well, I don't want to give you too much. That's the thing. If I just start throwing at you a bunch of suggestions, I think it'll be too much. A lot of what I read comes from like the 1800s, and so they could be pretty hard to read, in my personal opinion. So, but you get better at reading, of course, the more you do it. If you like to read, then you'll run into many books. I guess I could recommend Lysander Spooner, right? He's a great writer from the 1800s who's really awesome. Let's see, who else? People that maybe you don't know about. I mean, Aldous Huxley. I'm assuming you guys know who Aldous Huxley is. Amazing writer. You probably know George Orwell. So, they're kind of related. But, yeah, there's a lot of books. And the thing is, it's not that I read a lot of books. I don't necessarily do that. I do a lot of reflection. I think it's very important to journal, to read, to write on your own. So it's something I really promote, and it's because I'm all about nature and trying to do what is most natural. So instead of following other people's ideas, I encourage that you try to get a picture of the world for yourself while learning from other people as inspiration. So anyways, I know some of you guys may still be joining into the live stream here, but I'm going to be going, and I'm very sorry about that. But I really appreciate everybody. Take care. Corey Nature's the Answer on YouTube. And here's actually all my links. This goes to all my links. So you guys can join whatever works for you, whatever platform. There's everything. Trying to convince peers of foreign lack of a better word. Yeah. Yeah, voluntarism is a great word to explore. I'll put that in the chat. You know, I think Mark Passio, his natural law seminar, if you like to watch something, if you don't like to read, it's very good. It's a good perspective to learn. So I would say Mark Passio, Larkin Rose, Derek Bros, probably my top 3 recommendations in regards to writers, researchers, stuff like that. Let's see, what is it that you linked to me? I don't know what that is. I got to check that out. But anyways, I appreciate it, you all. Take care. Adios. Nice wig. It's not a wig. It's not a wig. How do I have to prove that? Anyways, peace out. Adios. Take care. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Ragnarok. You guys on YouTube, New Jersey. Appreciate it. Rock on. Sweet Prince. You guys are funny. Peace out. Girl Scout. In the hood. In the house. All right. Peace. naturalfreedomsummit.com. Last one. New event that I'm hosting soon. Totally free. Everything here is free. Not selling you anything.